The entire Ling family was currently cultivating atop the fragmented flame volcano. When flame volcano fractured, it broke into several large sections. Under the direction of the horned demon race, the Ling family claimed one of these sections, digging out a cave in this area of the flame volcano and using it as their cultivation hall. As Qin Lai followed Ling Yushi to the Ling family's cultivation area, he saw several young children whose hair and eyes had become purple. "Qin Lai, you've come." Upon seeing Qin Lai arrive, Ling Xuanxuan's eyes brightened as she subconsciously began to laugh in joy. "Big brother Qin, this 9 hell evil scripture that we cultivate, did you find it for us?" Ling Feng also emerged, his expression calm. However, traces of excitement could be seen within his eyes. Upon seeing Qin Lai walk over, Ling Chengji and many Ling family members all waved in greeting, their attitudes friendly and warm. Sigh. If only elder brother was still alive. He definitely would have been very pleased if he knew that our Ling family still survived to this day. Ling Chengji said wistfully. Uncle Ling, the Ling family is currently the enemy of the entire Scarlet Tide continent. What is there to be happy about? Qin Lai walked into the bright cave, observing its spacious interior and the many small stone rooms that had been constructed. As he did so, he felt like it was very similar to the jail cells of Profound Heaven Alliance. Haha! Don't worry, we have already thought it through. Whether we are an evil race or not, we will naturally be able to stand upon this land as long as we are strong enough. Ling Qingji's eyes revealed a vigorous ambition as he became excited. Qin Lai, we recently had a few more children show signs of the evil god's blood. Under Yushi's guidance, all of the Ling family clansmen with the evil god's blood flowing within them have recently experienced alarming rates of growth in their cultivation realms. The first volume of the 9 hell evil scripture had thoroughly awakened Ling Yushi's blood of the evil god. Recorded within this volume of the Nether Realm's secret scripture of the martial way was the most traditional cultivation spirit art of the evil races. Ling Yushi currently possessed this volume of the 9 hell evil scripture. Ling Yushi had recently begun passing on the spirit arts of the 9 hell evil scripture to her fellow clansmen. In doing so, she discovered that the cultivation speed of practitioners, whose bodies had the blood of the evil god, rapidly progressed as they cultivated the 9 hell evil scripture. The evil god's blood flows within your bodies, and you all are cultivating the sacred scripture of the evil races. Furthermore, there is nether demonic energy here for all of you to absorb, so of course the speed of your cultivation would be incredibly fast. Qin Lai looked at Ling Xianxia, then Ling Feng, before finally turning to look at Ling Qingji. Uncle Ling, do all of you have any plans for the future? Suddenly, the gazes of Ling Qingji, Ling Xianxia, Ling Feng, and the others all landed upon the figure of Ling Yushi. It was extremely clear. As of now, Ling Yushi had already become the Ling family's cornerstone, surpassing her father's status within the hearts and minds of the Ling family clansmen. Qin Lai, we want to use the spatial teleportation formation and enter the nether continent as soon as possible, Ling Yushi suddenly said. There's actually a teleportation formation inside of Herb Mountain? Ling Qingji exclaimed. Ling Xianxian, Ling Feng, and the others showed excited expressions. They seemed to be extremely restless. Qin Lai already confirmed it on his recent trip. There is a complete spatial teleportation formation within Herb Mountain. Ling Yushi suddenly smiled, saying in a soft voice, not only did Grandpa Qin Shan already know the true identity of my Ling family, it seems like he also did many things in secret to help us. If there comes a day where I meet Grandpa Qin Shan once more, I will gracefully thank him in the name of my father, my grandfather, and all of the Ling family clansmen. Then there is even more that we need to thank Qin Lai for. If not for him, our Ling family would have perished long ago, Ling Qingji said. Each word was powerfully articulated. A sharp emotional glint flashed through the purple eyes of Ling Xianxian and Ling Feng as they both suddenly looked at Qin Lai. Have you all decided? Qin Lai sighed silently in his heart. He hadn't expected that Ling Yushi would be the decision-maker for the Ling family, and that she would decide to go to the nether continent through the spatial teleportation formation as soon as possible. Ling Yushi hadn't mentioned the matter to him on the way over, so Qin Lai was somewhat perplexed. The inheritance altars of the Nether Realm's various races are in the Nether continent, as are many secrets of the Dark Nether race. Ling Yusher's face was full of regret as she said, according to the words of Senior Ku Luo, the Dark Nether race constructed a Dark Nether underground palace in a secret underground area in the Nether continent. Buried inside of this underground palace are many secrets of the Dark Nether race. However, only those who possess the evil god's blood can enter the underground palace. Qin Lai, your grandfather's construction of the teleportation formation was probably so that we and Ku Luo's group could return the Nether continent. Ling Chengji added. Qin Lai nodded silently. Will you be going to the Nether continent with us? Ling Yusher looked at Qin Lai expectantly. We'll see when the time comes, Qin Lai replied indifferently. As Qin Lai spent time with the Ling family, he learned of their motives and preparations to go to the Nether continent. The Nether continent. Qin Lai repeated those words in his heart, while using his soul to contact Xueli and ask, have you discovered anything relating to my grandfather? Don't be in such a rush. I am still searching for those artificers. I need time too, Xueli replied. Also, the land of chaos isn't the same as other places. It has never had a moment of peace and is perpetually at war. Compared to the martial practitioners of the various forces, those who live in the land of chaos are complete madmen. They are extremely insane practitioners. Land of chaos? Qin Lai asked stunned. The land of chaos is where I used to live. It is comprised of 5 main continents: Heavenly Slaughter, Heavenly Silence, Heavenly Calamity, Heavenly Wither, and Heavenly Fissure. The Terminator profound bomb that you possess comes from Heavenly Silence continent's forefather Terminator. In the past, my Blood Fiend sect was a silver force in the Heavenly Calamity continent. However, it has already been taken over. The continents in the land of chaos are rich with natural resources. There are many secret areas in each continent where spirit herbs and spirit plants are plentiful. Of course, the number of martial practitioners and forces there is also extremely high. They all fight year-round, making this land extremely chaotic. There are also quite a few passageways which go directly to subworlds within the land of chaos. Therefore, there are many members of strange races moving around within the land of chaos, sometimes merging with the forces of the 5 main continents. Anyway, that place will never be peaceful. There are madmen and thugs running around who will kill you the moment you let your guard down. Many die without even knowing how they died. If the old you were to step foot in the land of chaos, I guarantee that you wouldn't last a month. Now, however, you might be able to adapt to the environment there and adjust to the bloodiness and cruelty. Xueli replied. I only want to know about news of my grandfather, Qin Lai said. Just give me a while longer, Xueli replied. Do you know of the Nether continent? Qin Lai suddenly remembered his reason for contacting Xueli. I've heard of the place before. I seem to remember that it was possible to travel there from my land of chaos to the Nether continent if one used a secret teleportation formation and took several other stops. However, I've never gone. I only know that it was forcibly taken over in the past by the evil races of the Nether realm. Later, when the evil races were driven back to the Nether realm, the continent was supposedly sealed so that outsiders were unable to enter, Xueli explained. Are there a lot of teleportation formations in the land of chaos? Qin Lai asked, stunned. Amen. All of the teleportation formations are controlled by the most powerful forces and allow for movement across continents. There are also people from the mainland who are not afraid of death and take teleportation formations to the land of chaos to temper themselves. However, many of them are just seeking their own deaths, heh. Those who come from other continents are generally unable to survive for very long. They are quickly torn to shreds by the madmen of the land of chaos. Xueli let out 2 strange laughs, then said, Shit! I originally thought that, after 1,200 years, the place could have become less crazy. I never expected that it would become even more chaotic than before. I hasn't even been long since I arrived, and I've already been chased 3 times, with each chase being even more difficult than the last. Inform me of any news about my grandfather. Qin Lai stopped his conversation with Xueli, his soul consciousness recondensing together. 3 days later, Atop the desolate mountain peak, 3 fragmentation realm martial practitioners, Song Yu, Xie Yaoyang and Ye Yun, stood beside Song Xiyuan, Xie Zhizhang and Ye Han. They were waiting for the sun's descent and the appearance of the elites of the Horned Demon race. The members of the Horned Demon race were innately unable to resist the sun's rays, so they had arranged for the exchange to occur at night. Night fell, yet no moonlight shone down on the peak. The wind slowly began to pick up, but the group of martial practitioners from Profound Heaven Alliance continued to calmly wait. Father, Uncle Xie and Uncle Nye, I feel that our recent exchanges with the Horned Demon race are not quite proper, Song Tingyu said. She stood amidst the group, her brows furrowed as she continued. I heard that the people of 8 Extreme Temple and Joyful Union Sect have recently been inviting us to work with them on deciding a date to besiege the Horned Demon race. When that time comes, if our dealings with the Horned Demon race are ever exposed, there will be terrible consequences for us. I'm afraid that we could instantly become a public enemy. That is why we are so cautious, Nye Yun whispered as he chuckled softly. I am afraid of the Horned Demon race exposing our dealings with them after the war starts, and they are unable to withstand the attacks of Joyful Union Sect, 8 Extreme Temple, and our Profound Heaven Alliance. Song Tingyu laughed bitterly. Let us deal with that when the time comes. Let us first secure the Profound E9-leaf lotuses. Song Yu responded indifferently. The Profound E9-leaf lotus. Again, you bring up the Profound E9-leaf lotus. You have all gone insane, Song Tingyu cried. There were hints of anger in her words. Song Tingyu had long opposed this move. She was afraid that, if they became so deeply involved with the Horned Demon race, Joyful Union Sect and 8 Extreme Temple would discover it. She was also afraid of the Horned Demon race exposing the information themselves. However, those were just her own views. Her father, as well as Xie Yaoyang and Ye Yun, had all become completely blinded by their thoughts of the Profound E9-leaf lotuses and no longer cared about anything else. What time did Qin Lai say they would come? Song Yu suddenly asked. Soon, Song Tingyu responded reluctantly. Qin Lai, this fellow is not bad. Haha. If this matter resolves nicely, he will be able to return to our Profound Heaven Alliance, Song Yu suddenly exclaimed. Everyone is well aware of his relation to the evil races. How could he possibly return to Profound Heaven Alliance? Even if he truly did return, would you dare accept him? Song Tingyu sneered. Nothing is absolute, Song Yu said enigmatically. Song Tingyu furrowed her brow, then shrewdly asked, Father, are you hiding something from me? Ha. Just as Song Yu was about to respond, he saw 4 spirit-hunting beasts fly out from the area shrouded in the nether demonic energy. They have come, Song Yu whispered. The pupils of Xie Yaoyang and Nye Yun shrank as looks of caution emerged on their faces. Sitting high atop a spirit-hunting beast, the 3 horned demon elites with 6 horns, Ku Luo, Kong Meng, and Duo Luo, moved past the river lush with demon-cleansing orchids with Qin Lai and arrived at the desolate mountain. Song Yu and the others from Profound Heaven Alliance grew serious the moment they saw the arrival of the spirit-hunting beasts. Qin Lai, long time no see. Song Yu wore a calm look and smiled at Qin Lai after he arrived, beckoning him to come down. How have you been, Alliance Chief Song? Qin Lai greeted him in return. He looked at Ku Luo. Ku Luo's thin, tall body slightly shook atop the spirit-hunting beast. A tremendous, seeping soul energy that felt like dense air slowly covered the surrounding area, penetrating into the mountain and deep into the ground. Riding the spirit-hunting beasts, Ka Meng, Duo Luo, and the quartet of horned demon warriors with 5 horns were silent and motionless. They were waiting for Ku Luo to finish his soul detection. Song Yu, Xie Yaoyang, and Nye Yun looked each other in the eyes and said nothing, instead quietly waiting for Ku Luo. Beneath the night sky, formless ripples surged through the air, and anyone who was sensitive to the touch of the soul would know that Ku Luo's immense soul was spreading around their bodies like a spider web. A while later, Ku Luo looked beneath Song Yu's feet. Song Yu only needed to lock eyes with Ku Luo once to know what he meant. He immediately nodded at Song Xiyuan and instructed, "Have the men take it out." Qin Lai, Ku Luo, and the others continued to sit on the spirit-hunting beast. The wings of the spirit-hunting beast, which were as black as a bat's, continuously flapped in the air. They did not immediately descend toward the desolate mountain. Open! Song Siyuan pressed a hand to the stony ground of the desolate mountain and exclaimed with a calm expression. Distinct cracks began to appear on the rocky mountain face, spreading out from his palm. Crock, crock, crock. Gigantic rocks shattered as Song Siyuan's arm was like a drill that stabbed deep into the mountain. After a loud bang, a deep, dark cave appeared at the top of the mountain. Kulu, withered, ghastly, and trapped inside of a cage made from cold iron, appeared from inside. Blood-stained chains penetrated Kulu's shoulder blades and shackled him to the cage. Large steel nails pinned his feet to the ground so that he would not be able to move. The stone cave shattered and Song Siyuan picked up the prison, which was as large as a house, and put it on top of the desolate mountain. Kulu, seeing the open sky once more and noticing Kuluo, Kameng, and Duoluo under the night sky, became angry instead of joyful. He actually howled madly at the trio. Uncle Kulu. Upon seeing his terrible visage, Kameng and Duoluo cried out softly in the language of Nether Realm with wet eyes. Kuluo's body shuddered as he stared blankly at his younger brother, examining the terrible wounds on his body and his horrible appearance. He didn't need a second look to know that his brother had been inhumanly tortured during his imprisonment. The ghost fire in Kuluo's eyes stared darkly at Songyu, Xiaoyang, and Nyeyun. The hatred behind it was obvious. Humph! Nyeyun, the Nye family patriarch, smiled coldly under Kuluo's gaze. He obviously did not care about Kuluo's hatred. Kulu cried out yet again. Qin Lai lowered his head and noticed that there was a bright silver collar locked around his long, thin neck. The collar shone with a cold metallic luster and would constrict every time Kulu tried to speak. Kuluo obviously had something to say since he had howled twice upon seeing Kuluo and the others. However, the collar would immediately constrict when he howled, stopping him from uttering words no matter how much he tried. It was as if someone were gripping his neck. The three profound nine-leaf lotuses. Nyeyun's eyes were cold. He frowned, staring at Kuluo on the spirit-hunting beast. He looked as if he wanted this to be over with as soon as possible and did not wish to waste any more time. What do you mean by this? Qin Lai asked with a cold expression. Kulu did not have such a collar around his neck when they last saw him. Now that he was about to be released, Profound Heaven Alliance had actually put a collar on him, preventing him from even being able to speak. We can see that he is not willing to exchange his own life for the profound nine-leaf lotuses. To prevent him from disrupting this exchange, we had no choice but to prevent him from speaking. Songyu opened his arms and expressed his helplessness. Then he narrowed his eyes and pointed at Kuluo. Talk to him. Tell him we need to complete this exchange as soon as possible to avoid being noticed and attracting unnecessary trouble. NGGGGGGH. Kulu struggled on the inside of the cage. His eyes were grim and he seemed like he wanted to say something. Qin Lai. Tell them to release the hostage first. Kuluo suppressed the manic anger in his heart. His shoulders shook, and it seemed as though wisps of souls were writhing within his eyes, burning with ghost fire. His current appearance was extremely terrifying. Release the hostage first. Qin Lai looked at Songyu. Give us the profound nine-leaf lotuses first, Nyahan said coldly. Qin Lai did not look at him. He only looked at Songyu with a dark expression, exclaiming in a low tone, Alliance Chief Song, Siyuan. Release the hostage first. Songyu did not waste time on the matter and waved his hand, taking the lead to show goodwill. Seeing that he had spoken, both Nyeyun and Xiaoyang no longer said anything. Under everyone's gaze, Song Siyuan opened the cage with a key and broke all of the chains around Kulu's shoulder blades as well. There you go. Song Siyuan was candid and he lifted Kulu with one hand, throwing him into the sky. Kulu, who had almost exhausted all of his strength, was tossed up into the sky by Song Siyuan. Ku Luo personally rode the spirit-hunting beast over to grab him and ignored his furious struggling, forcefully pressing down on him to stop him from acting recklessly. The profound 9-leaf lotuses, Nyeyun exclaimed yet again. Uncle! Kameng looked at Ku Luo. Ku Luo nodded and said, Give it to him. So Kameng tossed out 3 black jade boxes in the direction of Songyu, Xiaoyang, and Nyeyun. His face, however, was filled with cold hatred. The moment they saw the boxes falling toward them, Songyu, Xiaoyang, and Nyeyun could hardly conceal the mad joy in their eyes. The trio extended their hands in unison, each taking a single black jade box. They carefully opened the lid of their respective box and took one glance inside before abruptly covering them. They looked each other in the eye and saw satisfaction in everyone's gazes. Qin Lai, thank you for referring us to the people of the horned demon race. In a good mood, Songyu smiled calmly before saying, If you still wish to return to the Song family, you could become a moon-rank foreign delegate if you wanted. I would not overlook a single contribution point that I've promised you. Return to Profound Heaven Alliance? Qin Lai's expression was odd. Every martial practitioner in the Scarlet Tide continent currently sees me as a traitor. Even if I dared to go back, would you really dare to accept me? Why not? Song Yu's smile made him look cunning as he said cheerfully, I will tell Joyful Union Sect and 8 Extreme Temple that you are the hero that Profound Heaven Alliance had arranged to infiltrate the horned demon race. Furthermore, not only have you gotten us the profound 9-leaf lotuses, you've even assisted us by bringing the 3 elites of the horned demon race to this place. This is a great achievement, son. Even Joyful Union Sect and 8 Extreme Temple cannot deny your worth or the help that you've been. Alliance Chief Song, what do you mean by that? Qin Lai felt that something wasn't right. Song Tingyu was also shocked as she exclaimed, Father! At this moment, Nyeyun, the Nye family's patriarch, laughed wickedly. He said coldly, An evil race is an evil race. Even if they have traded with us, the evil races are still the public enemies of the Scarlet Tide continent. We, Profound Heaven Alliance, naturally have to slaughter every member of the evil races at any cost. The exchange is now over. From now on, Profound Heaven Alliance and the evil races are still enemies. Xiaoyang, the Xia family patriarch who had been silent the entire time, said. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the direction of Flame Volcano. Although they were very far from it, every powerful individual present could still feel the earth-shaking vibrations emanating from that area. The impact was so violent that it could crumble a mountain, sunder the land, and even destroy space itself. The Terminator profound bombs. Qin Lai and Song Tingyu screamed out at almost the same time. You! Qin Lai roared in anger. His eyes immediately went blood red as he stared at Song Tingyu with an overwhelmingly cruel face. Song Tingyu shuddered as if she had suffered a great blow before turning around and looking at Songyu. She lost control and screamed, Father! What have you done? A few days ago, she had exchanged the Scarlet Spirit Turtle's blood and some rare spirit materials for some Terminator Profound bombs from Qin Lai's hands. When she returned to Profound Heaven Alliance, she immediately gave them to Songyu. At the time, while holding the Terminator Profound bombs, Songyu had happily declared that the heavens were on his side. Song Tingyu did not think much of it back then. Yet, as she listened to the deafening explosion from the direction of Flame Volcano, she immediately realized that Songyu had already used the Terminator Profound bombs. He had used the Terminator Profound bombs to kill the evil races. Ah, Tingyu, the Terminator Profound bombs you brought us were truly a great help. Nyeyun laughed oddly as he answered for Songyu. The 3 strongest 6-horned warriors of the Horned Demon race are all here making the exchange with us. So this is the moment that the evil Nether Passageway's defenses are at their weakest. This is why 8 Extreme Temple has seized this opportunity to destroy the evil Nether Passageway with the Terminator Profound bombs, preventing the evil races of the Nether Realm from coming to the Scarlet Tide continent, and stopping the evil race elites who are already here from ever returning. Father! Song Tingyu roared angrily. Song Yu looked somewhat regretful as he comforted her. You have shared hardship with Qin Lai in the Nether Realm. I was afraid that you would not cooperate with us, so I kept it from you. Profound Heaven Alliance, 8 Extreme Temple, and Joyful Union Sect have already come to an agreement to eliminate the evil races at all costs. Meanwhile, we have also acquired the profound E9 leaf lotuses from the 6-horned elites. Since we attacked them after the exchange was completed, it cannot be considered going back on our word. He smiled at Qianlai and said, Qianlai, don't worry. I will explain your connections with the evil races and say that you were just assisting us in striking at the heart of the evil races. You can return to Profound Heaven Alliance once this is over, no longer needing to worry about being the continent's public enemy. Qianlai's expression, however, was one of absolute savagery as he stared at the 3 patriarchs of Profound Heaven Alliance with dead eyes, exclaiming harshly, Good, very good, Profound Heaven Alliance. You, the horned demon elites, Ku Luo, Ka Meng, and Duo Luo, all howled in anger and distress as they rode their spirit-hunting beasts, seeking to immediately return in the direction of the evil nether passageway. I'm sorry. Even after this exchange, we are still enemies. Song Yu said indifferently. Nyayun was the first to laugh wildly. Qianlai felt an icy chill. He did not think that the patriarchs of Profound Heaven Alliance's 3 great families would actually come up with such a deadly scheme against the horned demon race. He did not think that Song Yu would hide this, even from Song Tingyu. In exchanging Ku Lu for the profound E9 leaf lotuses, Profound Heaven Alliance had lured Ku Luo, Ka Meng, and Duo Luo away from Flame Volcano and destroyed the evil nether passageway with the Terminator Profound bombs in one strike while no elites were stationed there. They had gotten the profound E9 leaf lotuses, but Ku Lu was completely exhausted and was not able to fight. After the exchange was finished, Profound Heaven Alliance attacked, attempting to kill to the horned demon race with the excuse that they were still enemies. It was an absolutely despicable act. Amidst Nyayun's mad laughter, Song Siyuan, Xie Zhizhong, Nye Han, and the rest of the Profound Heaven Alliance experts spread out appropriately. They attempted to intercept Ku Luo and the others. Qianlai. Ku Luo's ghastly eyes shone with a coldness that seeped to the bone as he shouted, shaking all over, Did you betray my race? He did not know what Song Yu and Qianlai had been talking about, but he did know that they had fallen into a trap. He knew what the explosive sound at the evil nether passageway meant. Ka Meng, Duo Luo, and the rest of the horned demon race also stared at Qianlai with dead eyes. The monstrous anger in their eyes could not be concealed. Qianlai, there's no way these evil races can return to the nether realm after the evil nether passageway has been destroyed. Song Yu said seriously, since he admired Qianlai quite a bit. Against the combined forces of 8 Extreme Temple, Profound Heaven Alliance, and Joyful Union Sect, any evil races who dare step into Scarlet Tide Continent will be slaughtered to the last man. We, Profound Heaven Alliance, hold you in high regard, and I believe that you have great potential. I hope you will not intervene, simply watching from the sidelines until the conclusion of this matter. Once this is over, the blemish on your record will be wiped away. Not only you will become a moon-rank foreign delegate of Profound Heaven Alliance, you will even receive an enormous sum in contribution points. Song Yu looked at Song Tingyu beside him and said, Don't worry. As long as Qianlai only watches from the sidelines, I will make sure to give him everything that rightfully belongs to him. Song Yu was well aware that his methods had hurt his own daughter. This was why he wished to make amends. Song Tingyu, however, could only shake her head repeatedly. She backed away as she did and said, No matter how this matter ends, I will never work for the family again. I will leave the Scarlet Tide Continent. Song Tingyu was completely shattered by this outcome. Song Yu's expression changed as he said, Without another word, Song Tingyu climbed aboard the flowing cloud rainbow butterfly and actually flew away under the gazes of Xiaoyang and Nyayun. Qianlai, run. Run away as far as you can. She was leaving with the flowing cloud rainbow butterfly, but her voice reached Qianlai's ears. She knew Qianlai's personality better than anyone. She knew that Qianlai definitely wouldn't abandon the evil races and return to Profound Heaven Alliance after their deliberate deception. She knew almost instantly that, from this point on, Qin Lai would consider Profound Heaven Alliance his sworn enemy. Yet, at the same time, she also knew that the current Qin Lai definitely wasn't a match for Profound Heaven Alliance even if he joined forces with the evil races. Qin Lai, come down from the spirit-hunting beast and watch from the sidelines. Once this is over, you will become a moon-rank foreign delegate. The blemish on your record will be wiped away, and you will receive an enormous amount contribution points from Profound Heaven Alliance in return. At this time, Song Yu did not chase Song Tingyu and instead looked at Qin Lai. As long as you come down, I guarantee that you will enjoy all kinds of luxury in the future, and that Joyful Union Sect and 8 Extreme Temple will no longer pursue this matter. Thanks, but no thanks. I can, however, afford to give you a few more Terminator Profound bombs. Qin Lai yelled in an icy tone. Qin Lai threw down 7 metallic balls, which were covered in lightning and accompanied by the dull rumbling of thunder. He tossed it in the exact direction of Song Yu, Xiaoyang, and Nye Yun. Go! Qin Lai suddenly yelled at Ku Luo. Ku Luo recognized the Terminator Profound bombs, and the moment that he saw the 7 Terminator Profound bombs land at Song Yu's location, he immediately realized that Qin Lai was proving that he had nothing to do with this trap. Retreat! Ku Luo looked toward the sky and roared angrily. The 4 spirit-hunting beast flew toward the other side of the river like 4 clumps of demonic clouds in the night sky. What a blind man! Nye Yun laughed coldly. Boom 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 boom. Resembling the sun, 7 earth-shaking explosions brightly flashed at the same time. At this moment, everyone was temporarily deafened by the shockwave, and they saw that space had suddenly collapsed. It was as if an invisible abyss had been forcefully torn open in the sky itself. The countless tiny cracks in space clearly appeared in the sky as they were followed by lightning that cut through everything, violent thunder, and a deafening, angry roar. The desolate mountain was instantly blown to smithereens, shattered stones falling like small drops of rain. It was only an instant, but the desolate mountain, that was several hundred meters tall, was completely flattened by the explosion. Throughout the sky, large chunks of rock violently rained down in every direction. Amazing! What violent fury! It looks like these things truly are capable of destroying the evil nether passageway. Nye Yun's dark laughter rang through the sky full of shattered stones. It's unfortunate that, despite its strength, this power isn't concentrated enough. It is not enough to kill a martial practitioner in the fulfillment realm, much less us in the fragmentation realm. A silver sword beam, dozens of meters long, shot through the sky amidst the falling stones. The sword beam was like a flowing river that glowed with a godly light, so harsh that it seemed as though it could pierce the sky. Within the iridescent sword beam, Nye Yun's arrogant figure flashed as he floated in midair. He held a glittering silver sword aloft, clad in dense armor that resembled fish scales. Song Yu and Xiaoyang did not take out spirit artifacts or clad themselves in armor, instead just calmly floating in the air. Those in the fragmentation realm were capable of shattering the sky. They were capable of standing in midair. The patriarchs of Profound Heaven Alliance's 3 great families did not rely on any external forces to suspend themselves in the air. They were still at the riverbank where the demon-cleansing orchids were planted, cutting off the retreat of the spirit-hunting beasts. Qin Lai, you disappoint me. Song Yu frowned. Qin Lai, when all is said and done, the evil race is the evil race. Walking too closely beside them can only be detrimental to your future growth. Xiaoyang said sincerely, seeming to think rather highly of Qin Lai. Perhaps, on any other continent, the great forces could peacefully coexist with foreign races. Yet this is the Scarlet Tide continent. Here, even if we were able to change our opinion of the evil races, 8 Extreme Temple, Joyful Union Sect, and many other copper forces probably wouldn't be able to reverse their own. We, Profound Heaven Alliance, do not dare take the risk and offend the entire world. This is why we have no choice but to come up with such a scheme. The profound E9 leaf lotuses are in our possession, and these evil races have lost their worth. What's the point of wasting our breath any longer? Nye Yun was more straightforward than Xiaoyang. He laughed coldly, gripping his sword. With just these evil races alone, There's no way they will be able to resist the combined might of 8 Extreme Temple, Joyful Union Sect, and Profound Heaven Alliance. Since the evil Nether Passageway has already been destroyed, these evil races who have dared step into the Scarlet Tide continent must be completely wiped out. Leave, Qin Lai. They are delaying you on purpose. The elites of 8 Extreme Temple and Joyful Union Sect are swiftly gathering at this location. Leave as soon as possible. Charge through them, Qin Lai exclaimed in a low tone using the language of the Nether Realm. Uncle! Uncle! Kameng and Duo Luo cried out in unison. Their eyes shone with a nearly uncontrollable gleam. They looked like they wanted to abandon everything and fight Profound Heaven Alliance to the death. I will break through the defenses of the 3 Fragmentation Realm martial practitioners. You guys will charge through them immediately after that. Ku Luo suddenly departed from the spirit-hunting beast and floated in the night air. Step by step, he walked through the air toward Songyu, Nyeyun, and Xiaoyang. An item suddenly appeared in his hand, a wooden sculpture. It was just a single size smaller than Qin Lai's. It was the wooden sculpture that Qin Shan had given to him as a gift in the past. The moment they saw Ku Luo bring out the wooden sculpture, the expressions of Kong Meng, Duo Luo, and Ku Lu changed. They seemed to know that Ku Luo could unleash a secret art with the wooden sculpture, and a force large enough to tear through the defense line formed by Profound Heaven Alliance's 3 patriarchs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, spirits, wraiths, grudges, and evil spirits all flew out of Ku Luo. It was as if the tormented, unwilling souls of the 9 hells had broken free of their restraints and madly rushed into the area. Countless tormented souls and wraiths gushed out of Ku Luo's nose, ears, mouth, and pores. They all seeped into the wooden sculpture. Crack! A cracking noise could be heard from inside the 6 odd horns around Ku Luo's neck. They were as black as iron and represented his status and identity as a 6-horned warrior. Uncle! Kameng and Duo Luo's eyes were red. Get ready! Ku Luo gripped the wooden sculpture with both hands and faithfully began summoning something in the ancient language of the Nether Realm. Songyu, Xiaoyang, and Nyeyun frowned as they stared at Ku Luo coldly. Their expressions gradually became serious. They could faintly sense 5 tremendous, but vague consciousnesses swiftly gathering inside the wooden sculpture. He's summoning the evil gods, Nyeyun suddenly realized. Boom! Another shocking explosion rang out from the direction of the evil Nether Passageway. When they listened to it closely, it sounded like the rumbling collapse of the mountain itself. Ku Luo howled in anger. 5 gargantuan shadows flew out of the wooden sculpture with a whistle. An apocalyptic aura that threatened to destroy the world instantly filled the entire Scarlet Tide continent. These were the 5 same exact evil gods that Qin Lai had seen at the Demon God Mountain range. However, these 5 great evil gods did not have actual bodies. In fact, they could not even be called avatars. They were just the accumulation of the unrelenting will that was scattered throughout this world, condensed into the fragmented souls of the evil gods through the power of the tormented souls, wraiths, and evil spirits. The instant that the 5 great evil gods were formed, they immediately began to roar soundlessly. It was as if there were 5 gigantic typhoons that carried a terrifying, apocalyptic aura that covered land and sky, instantly rushing toward the 3 patriarchs. After the fragmented souls of the 5 great evil gods had gathered, the nether demonic energy on the opposite side of the riverbank began to flow madly. It looked like a pitch-black, overflowing river that slowly consumed the moon, truly blackening the entire world until no one could even see their own fingers in front of them. Qin Lai heard mad howls that shook his very soul. At this very moment, he saw Songyu, Nyeyun, and Xiaoyang become 3 shining suns that glowed with endless light. Then he found that the spirit-hunting beast beneath him willingly dove into the endless darkness before it completely flooded over them. Retreat now! Ku Luo's terrible cries echoed through the darkness. In the dense black nether demonic energy, Qin Lai saw 3 dazzling rays of light discharge an overwhelming, limitless amount of energy that seemed intent on purifying the world of all evil and dispersing all darkness. However, in the dense nether demonic energy, the remnant souls of the 5 evil gods expanded endlessly. They continuously swallowed up the darkness and increased their energy in a frantic manner. Ku Luo's powerful whistle shot through the sky and frequently echoed from the darkness, shaking and swaying like he wanted to destroy the Scarlet Tide continent. It was in this situation among the darkness that the spirit-hunting beast below him whistled past the dazzling rays of light, sweeping by the river full of demon-cleansing orchids. It buried its head into the dense nether demonic energy that covered the land. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 5 revered evil gods swallowed up the nether demonic energy, their monstrous auras forming a cluster of pitch-black mushroom clouds that seemed as unfathomable as the depths of hell. Faint black flames silently spread throughout the clouds. The appearance of the 5 evil gods howling wildly and stepping through the demonic clouds, their entire bodies covered in pitch-black flames. It was as if 5 vicious demons from a bygone era had returned to the world and were about to begin a new era of slaughter. In the meantime, Ku Luo disappeared, seemingly transforming into a mass of pure darkness. The bodies of Song Yu, Nye Yun, and Xiao Yaoyang started to glow with spiritual light. Their every movement surprisingly managed to attract thick spirit energy from every direction as if in harmony with nature spirit energy, attacking the dense darkness from that side. Nye Yun raised his long sword and 100-meter long sword beam slashed out. Like a plunging waterfall, it rumbled into the darkness and charged, aimed at the 5 evil gods. Duo Luo's voice suddenly rang out. The spirit-hunting beast beside Qin Lai dashed toward the evil nether passageway at an extreme quick pace. Uncle forcefully summoned the evil god. His body will sustain grievous injuries after this battle. Ka Meng shouted gravely. Retreat to evil nether passageway first. Duo Luo said. The spirit-hunting beast flew wildly. At the collapsed flame volcano, a crowd of horned demon clansmen gathered at the foot of the mountain, the plaza area of the former armament sect. Ling Yushi and the Ling family clansmen were also scattered throughout that area. An extremely heavy expression could be seen on each of their faces. The center of the area that they originally were in, the gateway to the evil nether passageway, no longer existed. Countless stones fragments closed off the pitch-black abyss. Violent, disorderly energy was at the gateway while faint flashes of thunder and lightning could be seen. This is the Terminator Profound Bomb, Ling Xianxia said with a bitter expression. A quarter of an hour ago, a giant condor that shimmered with gold suddenly appeared above everyone's heads. On the giant condor, one of 8 Extreme Temple's gold-robed envoys, Mo He, faced the evil nether passageway and indifferently threw a number of metallic balls at it. All of them sank into the passageway. At that moment, numerous horned demon warriors with 4 or 5 horns risked their lives to stop them. However, Chang Chi, another gold-robed envoy, sat on that giant golden condor. Mo He was in charge of controlling the Terminator Profound Bombs, and Chang Chi was in charge of killing all the horned demon warriors that tried to interfere. When both gold-robed envoys from 8 Extreme Temple worked together, the horned demon race lost 5 of their 4 horned warriors and 1 of their 5 horned warriors. They died tragically, yet they still didn't manage to stop the Terminator Profound Bombs from exploding. The evil nether passageway was destroyed shortly after. Mo He and Chang Chi didn't stay for long. Both of them wandered around the area riding the golden giant condor and threw 2 more Terminator Profound Bombs where there were many horned demon clansmen. After that, they leisurely took their leave. The horned demon clansmen suffered disastrous losses from just 2 Terminator Profound Bombs. At that moment, this nether demonic energy-shrouded land wailed like ghosts and wolves. Sis. Ling Xianxia looked at Ling Yushi. The evil nether passageway here was destroyed by 8 Extreme Temple. Qin Lai must have also been caught in a plot on his end, Ling Yushi said calmly, standing upright and unyielding atop a mountain of stones. Let us stay here and await their return. Ling Yushi clearly understood that the strength of the current Ling family definitely couldn't oppose either Profound Heaven Alliance or 8 Extreme Temple. Both were capable of easily obliterating the Ling family. Even if she were to go to Qin Lai's side with the Ling family clansmen, they wouldn't be able to help very much. They might even become a burden instead. That was why she could only wait, beside the crumbling, desolate mountain. With calm expressions, Song Siyuan, Xie Zhizhong, Nye Yun, and the others all raised their heads to look up at the sky. Darkness drowned out the moonlight. Under the pitch-black curtain of night, in the middle of the darkness that 5 evil gods forcefully occupied, 3 rays of light seemed incomparably bright. Every so often, terrible waves capable of stunning the souls and swaying the spirits of powerful individuals would burst forth. The fight only lasted a moment. Soon enough, the 5 evil gods suddenly rushed toward the land covered in nether demonic energy. Like 5 long, pitch-black dragons following Ku Luo, they went in the direction of the distant evil nether passageway. The terrible events in the sky steadily went quiet. With that, the moon revealed itself once more. Song Yu, Xie Yaoyang, and Nye Yun came on hollow footsteps, landing beside Song Siyuan and the others who wore somewhat heavy expressions. Nye Yun said, "The 6-horned warriors of the horned demon race are even harder to deal with than before. It would be impossible to kill them if we didn't work together and go all out. The evil nether passageway has already been destroyed. With this accomplished, everything else will be simple." Song Yu waved his hands and smiled calmly. "Not only have we obtained profound 9-leaf lotuses this time, we have also destroyed the evil nether passageway. Our goal has been achieved. Yes, if we really want to thoroughly eradicate the evil races, we still need to work with Joyful Union Sect and 8 Extreme Temple." Xie Yaoyang smiled as well. "It's unreasonable for Profound Heaven Alliance to deal with the main force of the horned demon race alone. Brother Song, I didn't really think highly of you in the past. After this, I finally approve of you." Nye Yun suddenly looked at someone. He was looking at the Song family's bank of knowledge, Song Ji. The plump Song Ji squinted his eyes and smiled faintly. "As long as we can injure that 6-horned warrior, it'll be fine. We would definitely have to pay a price if the 3 of us wanted to kill him," Song Yu said, smiling. "The evil nether passageway has been destroyed. The evil races that are up here can no longer return, and at the same time they can no longer bring people from the nether realm. Now we only have to dispose of the demon armor insects and the spirit-corroding beasts in order to gradually purify the nether demonic energy. After that, our victory is assured." "That's right," Song Ji interrupted. "Once they no longer have nether demonic energy to use, they will gradually weaken under the scorching sun. At that time, we won't have to waste a single soldier to eliminate all of the evil races with ease. Capturing them alive also won't be a problem. It's pointless to capture them alive. Killing all of them is more neat and tidy," Nye Yun said. No, they can be useful." Song Ji shook his head and said sinisterly, "Members of the evil races with more than 4 horns are a threat to us and should be killed. We can still use those with 4 horns, 3 horns, or 2 horns in the nether battlefield, exchanging them for even more spirit materials from the evil races." Once he made his remark, everyone's eyes became bright. They praised Song Ji's brilliant idea one after another. I'm afraid this trip has hurt Yuer's heart," Song Siyuan exclaimed gently. "I will advise her properly," Song Ji frowned and said indifferently. "She and that kid experienced hardship together in the nether realm. Furthermore, it seems that she admires Qin Lai quite a bit. Hiding this from her guarantees that nothing will go wrong. For the benefit of the family, she should be able to look at the big picture and gradually figure it out. Tingyu is the beloved daughter of Profound Heaven Alliance. A toad like Qin Lai would like to eat a swan," Nye Yun said with a cold, gloomy expression. "We just gave him a chance. Yet he did not take it and instead chose to assault us with Terminator Profound bombs. I think that this kid should be considered an enemy from this point onward. Capture him alive." Song Ji narrowed his eyes and said with anticipation, "He knows how to forge Terminator Profound bombs. He also might have another spatial spirit artifact in his possession. We need to capture him alive and uncover these secrets." Song Yu sighed. He didn't say much about the matter of handling Qin Lai. Xie Yaoyang, on the other hand, spoke with a regretful expression. "It's a pity. This kid is very good at being tossed around. He's also a capable person. His future prospects are unlimited. It's just unlucky. He first went to Armament Sect, coincidentally coming across us wanting to destroy it. Not long after leaving Armament Sect, he found out that the Ling family is of the evil races. Song Ji laughed mischievously. This kid is seriously unfortunate. I think he's just a jinx. Nyeyun grunted coldly. Uncle! Uncle! Ka Meng and Duo Luo sat on the body of a spirit-hunting beast. Turning their heads, they realized that 5 dark rivers were approaching them from behind. The 5 rivers originated from the energy that had been dispersed from the evil gods. Slowly turning into mist, they blended together with the nether demonic energy. Ku Luo emerged, dejected. He landed on the body of a spirit-hunting beast and looked at the eyes of Ka Meng, Duo Luo, and his brother Ku Lu. All of them were overwhelmed with hatred, their expressions incomparably solemn. Qin Lai sat on the spirit-hunting beast behind Ku Luo. Looking attentively, he discovered that fine cracks had appeared on the 6 strange horns on the back of Ku Luo's neck. Qin Lai clearly understood that not only were the horns on the necks of horned demon clansmen symbols of their identity, status, and strength, they were also vital points on their bodies and more important than the heart of a human. Cracks on Ku Luo's horns meant that he had sustained heavy injuries and that recovery would take a long time. I didn't know that they had set up a deadly scheme, Qin Lai said softly. It's not related to you. Ku Luo's eyes overflowed with deep hatred. Blame me. Blame me for wanting to save my brother from the bottom of my heart. Blame me for underestimating their animosity. Qin Lai still wanted to say something. Ku Luo waved his hands and said, First, let's look at the evil nether passageway. After a while, the spirit-hunting beasts that carried Qin Lai, Ku Luo, and the others arrived at the evil nether passageway. Seeing the clansmen that had tragically died near the ruined evil nether passageway, the expressions of the 3 warriors with 6 horns, Ku Luo, Duo Luo, and Ka Meng, became extremely grim. The evil nether passageway has been destroyed. The demon armor insects, spirit-corroding beasts, and all other nether beasts won't survive for long. Duo Luo took a deep breath. Once the demon armor insects and spirit-corroding beasts die, the nether demonic energy here will gradually disperse. The land will return to its original state and all the plants will wither away. Ka Meng wore a complicated expression. Half a month. In half a month at most, this land will return to its original state. When that day comes, we will no longer have nether demonic energy to use. With everyone exposed to the scorching sun, it won't be necessary for the enemy to kill us. Our clansmen will fall one by one. Qin Lai's expression changed drastically. From their conversation, he guessed that the survival of the demon armor insects and spirit-corroding beasts was related to the unobstructed flow of the evil nether passageway. Since the evil nether passageway was destroyed, they were now unable to return to the nether realm. The clansmen that were left in the nether realm were also unable to come. After all the nether demonic energy dispersed and the scorching sun shone downward, the horned demon clansmen would gradually weaken. This would bring disaster. I will help you guys survive this calamity at all costs, Qin Lai said with dignity. Yet Ku Luo, Duo Luo, and Ka Meng just smiled bitterly. The Ling family clansmen watched the peaceful return of Qin Lai and Ku Luo. Upon seeing that Ku Lu had been brought back, they were all surprised. Profound Heaven Alliance has already achieved their objective. They do not wish to fight the demon race to death and face Senior Ku Luo's anger alone. Qin Lai walked Ling Yusher's side and said with a heavy expression, They have obtained the profound E9 leaf lotuses and destroyed the evil nether passageway. To them, the horned demon race has already reached a dead end. People from 8 Extreme Temple were the ones that destroyed the evil nether passageway. But they didn't stay for long. They didn't continue the massacre, Ling Yusher said softly. They think it's unnecessary. They knew that Duo Luo and Ka Meng would be returning soon, and they are aware that it would be disadvantageous for them to fight the horned demons in a land covered in nether demonic energy. Qin Lai sighed secretly. The evil nether passageway had been destroyed, and many horned demon clansmen were killed. Profound Heaven Alliance, Joyful Union Sect, and 8 Extreme Temple would gradually surround them, waiting for the day that the evil nether energy would disperse. They would then exterminate the Ling family and everyone from the Horned Demon race. A dark shadow shrouded everyone's hearts. Kulu opened his mouth and cried out. The collar on his neck suddenly constricted the moment he spoke, choking his neck and making it hard for him to breathe. He stared at Kuluo in anger. He seemed to be blaming his brother for not protecting the interests of the Horned Demon race by insisting on exchanging profound E9-leaf lotuses for him. Let's first undo the restraints on Uncle Kulu, Duoluo said. Kuluo wore an ugly expression. He grabbed at Kulu's neck with one hand, the nails on his 5 fingers as sharp as a ghost claw. After a strong pull, the collar that bound Kulu's neck was immediately removed. Stupid! Why do you insist on saving me? Once Kulu's restraints were undone, he immediately bellowed, questioning his brother Kuluo. Not only have we lost 3 profound E9-leaf lotuses because of me, we even let the evil nether passageway be destroyed. Do you want to bring our clansmen past the point of no return? Knowing that you're still alive, I can't just sit back and watch. Kuluo frowned. You are the grandson of the Venerable One, but what have you done for us? Kuluo turned a spearhead toward Qinlai. Why did you insist that we deal with Profound Heaven Alliance? What are your intentions? Now that the evil nether passageway has been destroyed, we no longer have a way out. The day that the nether demonic energy disperses, all of our clansmen will die. This is all your fault. Many Horned Demon clansmen didn't know about Qinlai's existence. They did not experience that period 3,000 years ago. This is why they didn't know about Qinlai's involvement. Seeing Kulu shout and roar at Qinlai angrily, the group of people also became excited. Qinlai was the reason they were in the current situation. This person is not a member of our race, nor is he from the Dark Nether race. Why would he appear here? He was the one who wanted us to deal with Profound Heaven Alliance. He's the one behind all this. It's him. Kill him. Put him to death. Many Horned Demon clansmen surrounded Qinlai. They looked murderous, their expressions ice-cold. The expressions of Ling Yushi and the Ling family clansmen changed. They immediately blocked the way to Qinlai. What are you guys trying to do? Ling Yushi shouted coldly. All of you, shut up. Kuluo also shouted angrily. All of you, calm down. Duoluo and Kameng also yelled, trying to persuade them. Big brother, even if this person is the grandson of the Venerable One, he might not be helping us wholeheartedly. Kulu had a rather strong opinion of Qinlai. You shut up. Kuluo stared at him. Being hard-pressed as well, he told Qinlai hurriedly, go home with the Ling family. As things were, Qinlai knew it was pointless to explain. Watching the Horned Demon clansmen and looking at their murderous eyes, he didn't say much. Escorted by Kameng and Duoluo, Qinlai, Ling Yushi, and the others returned to the Ling family's cave. What's the situation? After returning to the stone cave where the clansmen of Ling family lived, Ling Chengji couldn't help but take the initiative and ask. Every Ling family clansman in the cave felt anxious, feeling as though they might not be able to live for even one more day. They had escaped from Seven Fiends Valley all the way to the poisonous bog. After that, they were not able to settle down for even a few days because their identity as a clan of the evil races was exposed. They were then driven here. After settling down with some difficulty, they thought they would be able to concentrate on cultivation for a while, yet the evil nether passageway had now been destroyed. They saw the opinion of Kuluo and the others, and that the curtain of nether demonic energy covering the sky would disperse in the near future. The Ling family was currently known as the public enemy of the Scarlet Tide continent. After the nether demonic energy dispersed, they would be exposed for everyone to see. Which path should the Ling family take? This was what all the Ling family clansmen were worried about. Profound Heaven Alliance, Joyful Union Sect, and 8 Extreme Temple cooperated in secret, Qinlai explained simply. Then Song Tingyu, what kind of role does she play in all this? Ling Yushi asked after listening seriously. Was she really deceived by Profound Heaven Alliance? Or is she putting on an act? I think that she was also unaware. Qinlai sat upright with his legs crossed, his face full of worry. Sigh. Is it really that difficult for the Ling family to survive? Ling Qingji sighed deeply. Inside the stone cave, every Ling family clansman had a look of despair on their faces. Over with the horned demon race. The nether demonic energy in this land will disperse within a month. At that point, it will be unnecessary for the enemy to kill us. Our clansmen will just die of poor health, Duo Luo said. We need to think of a solution, Kameng said. Currently, Ku Lu had calmed down, having recovered his spirit somewhat after absorbing nether demonic energy for a while. He said, Big brother, there are only two paths for us to choose at the moment. Either we advance in the direction of the Purple Mist Sea and return to the Nether Realm through the Nether battlefield, or we advance in the direction of Herb Mountain, hopefully making use of the spatial teleportation formation and moving directly to the Nether Realm in an instant. Both paths lead to dead ends. Ku Luo sighed. Ku Luo's original plan was to confirm if the spatial teleportation formation inside Herb Mountain could be used. After doing so, they would then use their current position as a base and continuously corrupt the land, transforming nature spirit energy to nether demonic energy all the way to Herb Mountain. This would probably be slow, but with patience, planning, and careful preparation, there was a high chance of reaching Herb Mountain successfully and entering the Nether Realm. However, since evil Nether passageway had now been destroyed, this plan failed just as it started. Ku Lu's proposal required their people to charge into Herb Mountain and the Nether battlefield, facing an encirclement and the annihilation of 8 Extreme Temple, Joyful Union Sect, and Profound Heaven Alliance. Ku Luo was sure that they would be eliminated by the 3 great forces before they could reach their destination. Fighting the 3 forces in an area without nether demonic energy, their probability of success was simply 0. Don't tell me that we should just stay here until the nether demonic energy disperses completely, slowly awaiting our inevitable demise? Ku Lu roared grudgingly. Think again, seeing if there are any other ways. Ku Luo sighed deeply. 3 days later, the nether demonic energy that covered 100 miles of Armament City's perimeter started to gradually disperse. It moved toward Flame Volcano, shrinking somewhat. Every horned demon clansman felt despair in their hearts and were all roaring. Using the strength they still had, they fought enemies to the death. However, the people of Profound Heaven Alliance, Joyful Union Sect, and 8 Extreme Temple simply had yet to enter Armament City. They were all stationed in an area filled nature spirit energy, waiting for the horned demon clansmen to run out of patience and voluntarily come out to throw their lives away. The 3 great forces had total confidence in fighting in an area without nether demonic energy, so they just waited calmly. 5 days later, the nether demonic energy continued to shrink toward Armament City. The nether demonic energy that had covered 50 kilometers now only covered about 35. Big brother, there's no time, Ku Lu shouted. Uncle, it's no longer possible for us to return to our homeland anymore. Rather than sitting and waiting to die, it's better to go out and fight to our deaths. Duo Luo shouted angrily. Even if the whole clan dies fighting, we still must make the enemy pay the price. Kameng was also out of patience. Then, with the lives of our entire clan, let's engrave the name of Horned Demon Race in the memories of our enemy. Ku Luo broke down as well, issuing the command at last. A herd of nether beasts were gathered by the Horned Demon clansmen. All of them assembled at the foot of Flame Volcano. Every warrior of the Horned Demon Race, whether they were 3-horned or 2-horned, emerged from every corner, their eyes filled with crazy murderous intent. Through the extinction of this part of their race, they were prepared to make Profound Heaven Alliance, Joyful Union Sect, and 8 Extreme Temple pay the price. They were prepared to take the initiative and wage war. At the same time, Qin Lai, who had locked himself up in Ling family's cave for 8 days without a single trace of activity, suddenly walked out. Just when they were about to go seek death, Qin Lai walked out of the stone cave and said, I am the one who brought you to meet Profound Heaven Alliance. I was the one who refined the Terminator Profound bombs that destroyed the evil Nether passageway. Although I wasn't directly involved in this, I have a responsibility that cannot be absolved. So I have decided to do everything within my power to help you today and solve the problem. How can you help? Ku Lu shouted harshly. I will bring you people directly to Herb Mountain, Qianlai said with a serious face. Qianlai had finally made a firm resolution. Even if it meant exposing the land of frost, he needed to evacuate the Horned Demon clansmen and leave this land. Because he had the Eye of Frost. For the past few days Qianlai had been alone, quietly thinking about a way to help the Horned Demon race escape their predicament. He had thought of the Eye of Frost. Right now, just as the Horned Demon clansmen were in despair, ready to charge out of their land covered in nether demonic energy and fight the three great copper forces to the death, he suddenly walked out of the cave. I will lead you to Herb Mountain, Qianlai said seriously. The Ling family clansmen walked out from the caves one by one, all looking at him in surprise. Even they had not known about Qianlai's decision, nor did they know how he was going to move all of the Horned Demon clansmen to Herb Mountain. How? Ku Lu asked stiffly. Senior Ku Luo and Senior Ku Lu, please come with me. Under the gazes of the Horned Demon clansmen, Qianlai arrived before the brothers gripping the Eye of Frost tightly. Holding their shoulders, he activated the power of frost inside of it. Croc! Croc! A translucent icy light rippled from within the Eye of Frost. It wrapped around Qianlai, Ku Luo, and Ku Lu like layers of a bright silver rainbow. Their bodies began to turn translucent at an astounding rate. As the crowd cried out, their bodies slowly faded bit by bit. It was as if they were melting into thin air. Teleportation. A spatial spirit artifact. This is Kameng Duo Luo, and the many powerful Horned Demon warriors cried out when they saw that the trio had disappeared in a bizarre fashion and they could not find any trace of their presence. Ling Yusher's beautiful face let out a smile of relief. As if relaxing suddenly, she said softly, he has a spatial spirit artifact. The minds of the Ling family clansmen shook. Within the land of frost, Qianlai and the brothers were now inside the peak of an glacier. They saw frozen hills of ice wherever they looked, and every hill contained a frozen ancient beast inside of them. These beasts were comparable in size to the 5 evil gods themselves. A cold, ancient, and deep aura had mingled into the cold, biting wind that persisted throughout the world of ice. The brothers raised their heads and were immediately shocked to the bottom of their hearts. In a trembling tone, they asked, where is this place? Once he got a bearing on his surroundings, Ku Luo suddenly lost control and screamed, Ancient beasts! This is the legendary giant spirit race. It was at this moment that Mang Wang condensed into an exquisite lightning python and appeared above Qianlai's head. The foreign race of the Nether Realm. The lightning python formed by Mang Wang's soul suddenly released bolts of dense lightning. Qianlai, why have you brought outsiders here? Mang Wang appeared to be incredibly furious. The giant spirit race was a barbaric race of ancient times. They were also the ancestors of the spirit beasts of this generation. Their bodies were filled with precious treasures that were rarely seen throughout the world. Anyone with ill intentions would feel greed if they saw this many ancient beasts imprisoned underground, and might try to kill the ancient beasts with all sorts of methods while they slept. They would flay their skin, extract their bones, dismantle their skeletons, muscles, flesh, and blood, using them as precious spirit materials to increase their own strength and refine powerful spirit artifacts. When Li Mu had given Qianlai the Eye of Frost, he told Qianlai that he must not expose this place under any circumstances. However, the Horned Demon race had nowhere to go, and in order to move them to Herb Mountain and save them, Qianlai did not hesitate to expose this place. In Mang Wang's eyes, Qianlai had put its entire race in danger. I'm sorry, but I need to borrow this place temporarily and use it as a hub, Qianlai explained with a helpless look. Don't worry, I will do my best not to disturb your peace, and I will not allow outsiders to stay here for long. Once this is over, I promise that I will do my best to break the seals on your people, so that they may once again see the light of day. A hub! Mang Wang went blank. The Horned Demon brothers were also shocked to the core. They did not know how Qianlai planned to lead them straight to Herb Mountain, so Qianlai patiently explained his plan to them. With the Eye of Frost, he could lead groups of the Horned Demon clansmen, nether beasts, and Ling family clansmen to the Land of Frost. The Eye of Frost was unique in that its teleportation point did not change. Where one goes in is where one comes out. His plan was to first teleport all of the Horned Demon clansmen, the Ling family clansmen, and nether beasts to this place over a few days. Then he would wear his fox skin mask and conceal his identity before heading to Ling Town and the belly of Herb Mountain by himself. Within Herb Mountain, he would again return to the Land of Frost using the Eye of Frost. He would then teleport the Horned Demon clansmen to the belly of Herb Mountain one by one. Once Qianlai explained his plan, the Horned Demon brothers appeared incredibly excited. They saw a new ray of hope. This plan can work. This way, we will not have to sacrifice a single one of our clansmen to return to the Nether Continent. Good. Very good, Ku Luo said. You truly are the grandson of the Venerable One. Ku Lu's attitude toward Qianlai instantly improved, and when he looked at Qianlai again, he immediately felt that Qianlai was much more pleasing to the eye. If you do this, won't every foreign race in the Nether Realm know of our existence? Mang Wang roared in dissatisfaction. No, they won't. I had these two seniors come over so that they could lay down some restrictions and limit all foreign races of the Nether Realm to a specific area. They will only be able to move within a confined zone and will not see all of you. Qianlai had thought about this long ago. Leave this to me, Ku Luo exclaimed. Don't worry. I will control my clansmen and properly lay down the restrictions. I promise that they will not know about the secrets of this land. Qianlai, you are saying that they will soon leave the Scarlet Tide continent? At the very least, they will not be returning for a while, Mang Wang asked. All of them will be transferred to the Nether Continent from Herb Mountain. They probably won't return for several hundred years, Qianlai confirmed. Fine then. Do what you need to do. Mang Wang finally agreed. Follow me. Qianlai gripped the Eye of Frost in one hand and moved toward an area where there weren't any glaciers. Mang Wang and the brothers followed him. Qianlai sat down on an empty spot of the icy stone floor and sent his mind consciousness into the Eye of Frost. Wisps of icy light abruptly gushed from within the Eye of Frost. A mini-map of the Land of Frost appeared in Qianlai's mind, and he attempted to move it with his mind consciousness. His body emanated a freezing aura. A tremendous attractive force began spreading from him to the surroundings with. The frost aura scattered throughout the surroundings and turned into wisps of white mist, condensing into translucent, crystalline ribbons that merged into one like a stream. Croc! Thick ice walls suddenly appeared from the ground as the white fog and ice fragments gathered in this empty area. Under the effects of the Land of Frost's frost mist and streams, simple housing made from ice was formed in just an hour. Ku Luo looked at Qianlai in shock. He quickly came over and took out his white bone staff, powerfully waving it and changing clumps of dark souls and wraiths into thick clouds above the ice housing that shrouded the surrounding area like a gray cover. This would prevent the Horned Demon clansmen who entered later on from detecting any outside activity. Ku Lu, who had just recovered a portion of his strength, was riddled with scars and as thin as a ghoul. His grudge against Qianlai had been considerably deep. However, after seeing Qianlai attempting to save his clansmen even at the risk of exposing this place, he could not help see Qianlai in a new light. He carries himself with the same demeanor as the Venerable One, Ku Lu quietly thought. He is using the Eye of Frost to manipulate the frost energy in this land. He seems to have truly mastered it. Mang Wang was well aware of the fact. I wonder if he could directly break our seals using the Eye of Frost. Perhaps there is a real possibility. Mang Wang also felt like he saw hope. With Qianlai and Ku Luo's combined efforts, it didn't take long for a gigantic manor built from ice with dark souls and ghouls to form. Some time later, Qianlai emerged from his miraculous state and looked at the mini-map in his mind. He examined the pocket-sized glaciers, taking in the icy lines and lights restraining the giant spirit race clansmen inside them. He seemed to have suddenly understood something. This is an ice formation, and also a spirit artifact. The Land of Frost that sealed the giant spirit clansmen formed a giant, mysterious, and extraordinary formation, and the Eye of Frost was the main control switch of that formation. Qin Lai, with this place my clansmen will definitely not learn about the outside surroundings. Furthermore, I guarantee that I will watch them closely and forbid them from taking a single step out of here. Ku Luo hurriedly promised when he saw that Qin Lai had woken up, hoping to transfer his clansmen over as quickly as possible. This place never saw the light of day, so the horned demon clansmen did not need to worry about the blistering sun after arriving. In this place, the speed at which their strength leaked would also slow down considerably. Wonderful! Just wonderful! Ku Lu cried on the inside. Should I begin now? Qin Lai asked. Please do your best to transfer our horned demon clansmen over as soon as possible. Ku Luo begged. All right. First, you come with me and persuade them so they will feel at ease. Qin Lai nodded. Okay. After activating the Eye of Frost once more, Qin Lai took Ku Luo with him and reappeared at the foot of Flame Volcano. Originally thinking that an accident had occurred, the horned demon clansmen who had been waiting for some time were growing anxious. It was only when Qin Lai and Ku Luo reappeared that they finally relaxed. Duo Luo and Ka Meng, the two horned demon generals, hurriedly questioned, Uncle? Ku Luo nodded deeply, declaring happily, Qin Lai has found a way for us to survive. Everyone was overjoyed. Save the questions. Follow Qin Lai and teleport away from here in groups, Ku Luo ordered. The horned demon clansmen who were already despairing, ready to emerge from this place surrounded by nether demonic energy and fight to the death, immediately became noisy when they heard his words. The light of hope had reappeared in their eyes. With that, every horned demon clansman, nether beast, and Ling family clansmen gathered and left with Qin Lai in groups under Ku Luo's command. The figures accompanied by nether beasts gradually disappeared. They disappeared from Armament City. The nether demonic energy that had enveloped Armament Sect for nearly a year gradually receded toward Flame Volcano like an ebbing tide. In just half a month, the hundreds of miles of nether demonic energy surrounding Armament Sect slowly dissipated and flowed back into the city. Without the nourishment of the nether demonic energy, the gray land regained its vitality. As the plants with savage appearances wilted, more and more demon-cleansing orchids were planted to accelerate the purification of the nether demonic energy. In the wasteland 10 miles away from Armament City, wilted plants of the nether realm were scattered across the ground, spreading a vomit-inducing stench spread through the air. Many birds and spirit beasts slowly gathered. Under the golden sunlight, giant, golden chariot gradually flew over from the sky in the distance. 8 Extreme Temple's golden-robed envoys, Mo He and Chang Chi, sat atop 2 golden-winged condors about 10 meters long, majestically flying through the sunny sky while escorting the chariot at its left and right sides. The golden-winged condor was a rank 5 spirit beast and was also the mount of an 8 Extreme Temple golden-robed envoy. It was renowned for its cruelty. Behind the 2 golden-winged condors, there were a dozen rank 4 green hunting bats on which Zhan Tianyi and other green-robed envoys were seated. Further back, there were hundreds of golden-boned birds on which hundreds of white-robed envoys were seated. The golden chariot, golden-winged condors, green hunting bats, golden-boned birds, and 8 Extreme Temple experts arrived from the sky in a grandiose manner. A powerful grandeur radiated outward and caused every force present to tremble. Arriving at the wasteland, they saw that many land-based spirit beasts had gathered. There were spirit beasts such as silver-armored alligators, dark moon thundersnakes, metal wing golden horn lizards, and more. These spirit beasts were obviously tamed. They had their respective owners. Song Xiuyuan, Xiezhizhang, Niehan, and other profound Heaven Alliance experts stood beside their tents at the center of these spirit beasts. Several hundred profound Heaven Alliance experts scattered across the land were raising their heads and looking into the sky. Under the sunlight, a crimson tent that was 10 acres large shone with glittering rainbow light at the edge of the perimeter. The tent continuously rippled with incredibly beautiful iridescent rings. As 8 Extreme Temple's Holy Master Li Yi sat atop the golden chariot and arrived from the sky in a grandiose manner, Song Yu, Xie Yaoyang, and Nye Yun walked out of the crimson tent. I trust you have been well since we last met, Brother Li. Songyu greeted him with a smile. The huge luxurious chariot, golden-winged condors, green hunting bats, and golden-boned birds slowly descended from the sky and landed beside Profound Heaven Alliance's tents of varying sizes. I offer my congratulations to Alliance Master Songyu for acquiring the Profound E9 leaf lotuses. 8 Extreme Temple's Holy Master Li, wearing a long golden robe and a warm smile, stepped down from his chariot and walked toward the 3 patriarchs of Profound Heaven Alliance. The golden-robed envoys, Mo He and Chang Qi, added to his grandeur, following behind him to his left and right. Ho, our luck is quite good. We actually managed to exchange 3 Profound E9 leaf lotuses from the evil races. Songyu smiled calmly and said as Li walked over. Brother Li does not need to be concerned about this. When the nether demonic energy above Armament City fades completely and the elites of the evil races are all exposed to the scorching sun, we will be able to capture them alive. We can use their lives to make demands of the evil races of the nether realm and acquire even more Profound E9 leaf lotuses. When that happens, Brother Li and the golden-robed envoys of the Holy Temple might be able to use the Profound E9 leaf lotuses and endure the burning effects of the Nirvana fire. This is one of our wishes. Holy Master Li smiled brightly. While the two were speaking, melodious music rang in the distant sky. The music was played using the mouth organ, guqin, zither, ancient wooden pipes, flute, and other instruments. It was like sweet spring water that satisfied the soul, causing everyone to feel completely relaxed and comfortable. A war chariot made of white crystal slowly flew through the sky as if it were traveling on flat land. Dozens of women wearing see-through clothing played music from atop the crystalline war chariot and were absorbed in the world of music. Atop the giant war chariot, middle-aged man who looked surprisingly ancient with long hair that was bundled straight up held his hands together in a formal manner. He naturally radiated an intimidating pressure that was as deep as the sea. Beside the middle-aged man was a young man who resembled him. The young man was looking left and right in abject boredom. A long ribbon fluttered behind the crystalline war chariot. Many men and women wearing revealing clothing stood on top of the ribbon, whispering sweet nothings to each other. The moment they saw that the people of Joyful Union sect had shown up, Li and Songyu immediately stopped their conversation and looked toward the sky. Soon enough, the crystalline war chariot stopped beside Li's giant golden chariot. Joyful Union sect's vice-sect master, Zhao Chongxing, along with his son Zhao Xian, revered fearless, revered effortless, and revered thoughtful, strode together toward Li and Songyu. Temple Master Li, Alliance Chief Song, we haven't met each other since the time at Flowing Cloud Continent 10 years ago. Zhao Chongxing laughed loudly and walked forward. Zhao Chongxing was in the middle stage of the fragmentation realm. As the vice-sect master of Joyful Union sect, his subordinate experts were as plentiful as clouds. At Joyful Union sect, he could truly be called a person who stood above 10,000 others. Joyful Union sect initially wanted to settle on the Scarlet Tide continent and support Armament sect to oppose 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance. This was to allow Joyful Union sect's influence to spread in the Scarlet Tide continent. Zhao Chongxing originally did not plan to come over personally. They simply needed to realize their plans one step at a time. However, when he learned that the evil races of the Nether Realm had Profound E9 leaf lotuses, he immediately led Revered Fearless and Revered Effortless, who were at the early stage of the fragmentation realm, to the Scarlet Tide continent in a rush. They rode the crystalline war chariot that Joyful Union sect had spent a huge sum of money to purchase. He sought to display Joyful Union sect's power by eliminating the evil races and splitting a portion of the rewards with 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance. He would do his best to obtain the Profound E9 leaf lotuses. As a copper rank force, Joyful Union sect was more powerful than 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance. Vice-sect master Zhao Chongxing was already at the middle stage of the fragmentation realm, and was equal in power to Songyu and Li. Meanwhile, Joyful Union sect's sect master Ruan Zhantian was an elite at the late stage of the fragmentation realm. He was only a step away from entering the Nirvana realm. This was also why Joyful Union sect was usually domineering among the copper rank forces in the surrounding continents. Even Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple normally wouldn't dare to fight Joyful Union sect head-on. It is truly touching that Vice Sect Master Zhao has come from afar to aid us, Li Yi said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Half a month ago, Profound Heaven Alliance's Song Yu, Niayun, and Xiaoyang had invited Ku Luo and his men to an exchange, whereas Mo He and Chang Chi had seized the opportunity to slip into Flame Volcano and destroy the evil nether passageway with the Terminator Profound bombs. This was the plan that Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple had decided on after some deliberation. They had executed the plan, and they had succeeded. In the eyes of Song Yu and Li Yi, the moment that the evil nether passageway was destroyed, the evil races were destined to be eliminated. There was no need for Joyful Union's sect to interfere in the matter at all. However, the moment that Zhao Chongxing heard that Song Yu and the others had acquired the profound E9 leaf lotus from the Horned Demon race, they immediately departed from Joyful Union sect's main base and rushed over. His goals did not need to be said. Haha! I know that we, Joyful Union sect, arrived too slowly to lend a hand. Zhao Chongxing laughed loudly and declared his position on the spot. We will naturally do our best when possible. What do you think about Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple resting on the sidelines while we, Joyful Union sect, deal with the cleanup? What is there to clean up? Niayun smiled coldly. The evil races will not sit by and wait for their deaths. When the nether demonic energy is nearly depleted, and they are still unable to think of a way out of their predicament, they will naturally rush out to fight us to the death. Zhao Chongxing smiled and said, when that happens, you may leave dealing with the matter to us. Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple can just stand by and watch. It was only then that the faces of Song Yu and Li Yi softened. They both knew that the Horned Demon race would definitely rush out in an assault to pull as many people as possible to their graves with them. Although their power would be greatly reduced since they would be charging out and fighting in an area without nether demonic energy, their final counterattack was still nothing to scoff at. Seeing that Zhao Chongxing was willing to shoulder this major task, both parties nodded and felt that Joyful Union sect's work wasn't completely unreasonable. All right, then that's a promise. You, Joyful Union sect, will deal with the Horned Demon race's final counterattack. Song Yu did not waste any time on this matter. Profound Heaven Alliance had already acquired 3 profound E9 leaf lotuses anyway, and he did not wish to offend Joyful Union sect. He said, after this is over, whatever rewards we might obtain from the evil races or spirit materials we loot from their corpses will be split evenly between the 3 forces. Deal. Li Yi nodded and agreed as well. Alliance Chief Song and Temple Master Li truly are straightforward people. It's a promise then. Zhao Chongxing laughed loudly. The 21st day after the evil nether passageway was destroyed. Deep below the Arctic mountain range, in a large compound at the center of a vast icy plain, all of the Horned Demon clansmen, Ling family clansmen, and nether beasts were being moved here bit by bit. Above their heads, ghosts and specters formed a black curtain that covered the compound. Ku Luo issued a death order that did not permit any of his clansmen to put 1 foot beyond the walls of ice. He had everyone conserve their power for the battle that would occur in the future. As of today, more than 2,300 of your Horned Demon clansmen and more than 700 nether beasts have been moved here. Qin Lai was holding the Eye of Frost with one hand. With how tired he was clearly evident on his face. His mind, however, had relaxed. The Eye of Frost could continuously replenish its frost power from the frost energy in this location, so it could continue to support the transfers. Yet, as the caster, Qin Lai was unable to bear the torment of constant teleportation. He had felt dizzy in the past few days, and his mind was muddled. Fortunately, he managed to hold on and persist until everyone was moved to the land of frost. As expected of the Venerable One's grandson. If it weren't for you, all of my clan would have died. Ku Lu's opinion of Qin Lai had completely changed. His expression was one of admiration as he said, if we can safely enter the nether continent, my clan will be grateful for your help. Duo Luo and Ka Meng, the Horned Demon generals, also had pleased expressions and a different opinion of Qin Lai. When Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple see the nether demonic energy at Flame Volcano disappear and charge up the mountain, I wonder what expressions they will have when they find no one there. Ku Luo snickered. You should stay here for now. I need to travel to Herb Mountain at Lingtown and find spatial spirit stones for you. Qin Lai didn't dare to be careless. He had to have spatial spirit stones in order to activate the spatial transportation formation within Herb Mountain. Otherwise, if he teleported all of the Horned Demon clansmen into Herb Mountain, they would only be able to stare at each other. Qin Lai, who will you go to for the spatial spirit stones? Ling Yushir was somewhat worried. You are currently the public enemy of the Scarlet Tide continent. If you make any mistakes and expose your identity, you will have a hard time escaping death. I will be careful, Qin Lai reassured. Not waiting for them to continue trying to persuade him, he returned to Flame Volcano using the Eye of Frost. At this moment, Flame Volcano was empty and the nether demonic energy only covered 1/3 of Armament City. He put on the fox skin mask and traveled in the direction of the poisonous bog. Recently, through the observations of the Horned Demon clansmen, he found out that the defenses behind Flame Volcano to the poisonous bog was generally lax. The direction of the nether battlefield was heavily guarded. If anyone dared to charge that way, their only fate would be death. Qin Lai needed to escape Flame Volcano, think of a way to contact Song Tingyu, and through her search for spatial spirit stones. On the 25th day, the nether demonic energy retreated toward the edges of Flame Volcano and shrouded the area surrounding the evil nether passageway. The enormous golden chariot and golden-winged condors of 8 Extreme Temple, the spirit beasts of Profound Heaven Alliance, and the crystalline war chariot of Joyful Union sect gradually moved toward Armament City. They slowly realized that something was off. The nether demonic energy in the surroundings decreased, but the Horned Demons had yet to come out and fight to the death, which thoroughly puzzled them. So they moved into Armament City. Something's wrong. Nyeyun was standing on a rusty tower as he looked in the direction of the evil nether passageway. Then, he looked at Flame Volcano that was shrouded in nether demonic energy. The crease in his brow deepened. What is going on? Holy Master Li Yi of 8 Extreme Temple was sitting high up on the enormous golden chariot. His mind consciousness gradually spread toward Flame Volcano. Songyu, Zhao Chongsheng, and the top experts of the Scarlet Tide continent couldn't help but use their souls to inspect the area, trying to understand the situation. It was a pity they didn't know that, for days ago, Flame Volcano had been completely emptied of people. These isn't the slightest hint of soul aura here at all. No signs of life. Oh no! Seconds later, many were shocked and couldn't help but shout. At this time, roars came from the crystalline chariot, the enormous golden chariot, the golden-winged condors, the green hunting bats, and other spirit artifacts and flying spirit beasts. Songyu, Nyeyun, and Xiaoyang stepped through the air and came to the last bit of land covered by the nether demonic energy, the edge of Flame Volcano. Their gazes penetrated the thick black nether demonic energy and looked at the collapsed Flame Volcano that had broken into pieces and the shattered evil nether passageway. It was devoid of people. Expressions of disbelief were on their faces. They were stunned. What had happened? Why weren't there any Horned Demons here? Alliance Master Song, Temple Master Li, are you sure that the evil nether passageway was destroyed? Zhao Chongxing's expression was dark, his tone unfriendly. If the evil nether passageway was truly destroyed, why have they disappeared? How come there's no one here? This was what puzzled everyone. Song Yu and Li Yi were unable to explain. Mo He, Chong Qi, Li Yi, the temple master of 8 Extreme Temple, looked at the two golden-robed envoys sternly in hopes that they could give an explanation. Mo He and Chong Qi did not say a word. They rode the golden-winged condors as they charged into the last area covered by the nether demonic energy, the entrance to the evil nether passageway. They jumped down to inspect it. The two, who were in the early stage of the fragmentation realm, found that the opening, which had originally been a deep abyss, was firmly blocked off by thick boulders. Extremely unstable vibrations occasionally came from the cracks in the rock below. The two silently felt it. A moment later, they exchanged looks, and each saw the confusion of the other. The raging spatial turbulence within the evil nether passageway proved that it had been destroyed. There wouldn't be chaotic spatial vibrations otherwise. After pausing for a few seconds, the two quickly returned. Under everyone's suspicious gazes, he said, "I just closely examined the evil nether passageway. It is truly destroyed. No one can navigate the chaotic turbulence." "Xian'er, go look," Zhao Chongxing ordered. "Siyuan, you should go see as well," Song Yu said. Zhao Xian of Joyful Union Sect and Song Siyuan of Profound Heaven Alliance also went down. Minutes later, the two returned with furrowed brows and said, "The evil nether passageway has been destroyed." When the words came out, a huge question was on everyone's minds. What had happened? At Profound Heaven Alliance's spirit material stores, Song Tingyu moved among the large cupboards to pick out the spirit materials that she needed. The spirit materials here filled her vision. The names, levels, uses, and required contribution points were marked on each cupboard. From Profound Grade 1 to 7 and Earth Grade 1 to 5, there were many spirit materials here. After experiencing the lies of her father, Song Tingyu's spirits had fallen. She had no face to see Qin Lai. She also didn't dare to listen for news from Flame Volcano. From her perspective, Qin Lai, the Horned Demon race, and the Ling family would be killed by the coalition of Profound Heaven Alliance, 8 Extreme Temple, and Joyful Union Sect. She didn't want to hear news of Qin Lai's death. Instead, she was preparing to leave Profound Heaven Alliance and the Scarlet Tide continent for a faraway land. Before leaving, she wanted to get enough spirit materials to cultivate to the fragmentation realm, so she was very careful in her selection. A cold, beautiful figure suddenly appeared in the spirit material stores. She walked until she was in front of Song Tingyu before she stopped. "I heard that the great victory of Profound Heaven Alliance was your achievement this time. Since you tricked Qin Lai and the Horned Demon race into an agreement with us, we were able to let 8 Extreme Temple destroy the evil nether passageway." "Oh, right, the Terminator Profound bombs that destroyed the evil nether passageway. You got them from him, right?" The one that spoke was Xianxia. Song Tingyu's left hand, which had been reaching for a fire demon stone, suddenly trembled. Her beautiful eyes dimmed for a moment. Under Xianxia's cold gaze, she said indifferently, "I did not deceive him. That's not what they are saying. Everyone thinks that it was your accomplishment, that your intelligence that allowed us to not only obtain 3 profound E9-leaf lotuses, but also destroy the evil nether passageway." Xue Jingshuan's tone was as cold and hard as usual. "Let them say whatever." Song Tingyu shook her head. She sighed inwardly and did not explain. This plan against the evil races and Qin Lai hadn't been concealed from just Song Tingyu. Since Xie Jingxian had also helped Qin Lai once, the two fathers had also concealed it from her. In Song Tingyu's view, it was rational for Xie Jingxian to misunderstand her. "Even though many people think that you lied to the evil races and Qin Lai, he, the victim, still believes in you," Xie Jingxian suddenly said. Sing Tingyu's beautiful face was full of shock. "He needs spatial spirit stones. He told me to tell you that he hopes you can help him obtain them," Xie Jingxian said reluctantly. "You have good connections with some of the overseas spirit material merchants. He said that if you can help get the fresh blood of scarlet spirit turtles, you can help get spatial spirit stones. He hopes that you can help him with this favor." Song Tingyu was very shocked. "He's surrounded. How did he get in contact with you? He didn't just get out." Even the horned demons at Flame Volcano mysteriously disappeared. Xie Jingshuan's tone was cold. "You haven't paid any attention to Alliance news recently, so it is natural that you don't know what has astounded all of the Scarlet Tide continent. You don't know that all the martial practitioners of the continent are searching for the location of Qin Lai and the evil races." Song Tingyu's body shook as she exclaimed, "How is that possible? All the experts of Profound Heaven Alliance, Joyful Union Sect, and 8 Extreme Temple, multiple figures in the fragmentation realm, the enormous golden chariot, and the crystalline chariot, they all went to Flame Volcano and the evil nether passageway, but they didn't find even one horned demon." Xie Jingshuan's eyes were filled with a wondrous light. "No one knows where they went, and no one can find them. This is the greatest mystery as of late. Song Tingyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and there was spirit in her expression once more. She shouted, "That is extremely hard to believe. Qin Lai could always create miracles." Xie Jingxian nodded gently. Song Tingyu did not ask where Xie Jingxian had gotten the message from. She thought, then said solemnly, "Tell him that I will do my best to get him spatial spirit stones." Dark Azura Hall. Many martial practitioners were cultivating inside of a group of green limestone towers and accumulating experience in the major cultivation areas. The 5 hall masters of Dark Azura Hall and the strongest experts under their command had gathered around Armament City according to the arrangements of Profound Heaven Alliance. They were responsible for patrolling, stopping the Horned Demon clansmen, and notifying Profound Heaven Alliance. As the 2nd hall master, Tu Shixiang naturally took the soldiers under his command to cooperate with the Song family and keep watch for the Horned Demons. Young people like Tu Zhe and Zhuo Qian were only in the late stage of the natal opening realm, so they weren't strong in combat. They were not qualified to participate in battles of this level, so they were left behind. In a dark private room, Qin Lai was sitting with Tu Zhe and Zhuo Qian with the fox skin mask on his face. As they drank, they discussed other matters. Before the nether demonic energy dissipated, Qin Lai had changed his identity using the fox skin mask and secretly turned toward the poisonous bog. The defense line in that direction was the weakest, being overseen by the martial practitioners from Dark Shadow Tower. Qin Lai had shown up with the appearance of a human, so he was not conspicuous and had easily made his way through. After that, he went to Dark Azura Hall and used his new identity to find Tu Zhe and Zhuo Qian. He had them pass a message to Xie Jingxian through Liang Zhong. Miss Xie is from the Xie family of Profound Heaven Alliance. Her father is the patriarch of the Xie family, Xie Yaoyang. If he knew that you were at Dark Azura Hall, would he? Zhuo Qian said worriedly. Tu Zhe took a swig of wine, then said helplessly, "Our Dark Azura Hall doesn't have spatial spirit stones. Otherwise, I would help get some for you." "Big brother too, Sister Qian. I'm already very grateful that you dared to meet with me and pass on a message to Uncle Zhong." Qin Lai put down the wine cup and looked at the two to say, "Right now, I am the public enemy of the Scarlet Tide continent." "Qin Lai, what are you doing? Why did you have to get involved with the evil races?" Zhuo Qian glared with her large eyes. "The evil races have killed many of our people and always think about coming into our Scarlet Tide continent to take over our land. Why do you care about whether they live or die?" "Qin Lai definitely has his own reasons," Tu Zhe said. "Second young master, Liang Zhong from the Department of Internal Affairs has arrived." A soft call came from outside the room. "I know," Tu Zhe shouted back. Then, in a low voice, he said to Qin Lai, "Stay here. I'll go take a look." Qin Lai nodded slightly. Tu Zhe went out to the reception room above the secret room. With a respectful expression, he invited Liang Zhong in and said carefully, "Uncle Zhong, how is the situation?" Liang Zhong looked at Tu Zhe and sighed. He said, "Boy, do you know what you're doing?" Tu Zhe's head was bowed, and he did not make a sound. "You probably don't. At this very moment, Profound Heaven Alliance, Joyful Union Sect, and 8 Extreme Temple, all of them are looking for him and the evil races. All the martial practitioners of these factions have been active, searching for him everywhere." Liang Zhong took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "If someone learns that you not only kept this a secret, but even delivered messages for him, all of the Tu family will be affected. Do you understand?" Tu Zhe's heart went cold. "Qin Lai is my brother," he said. Liang Zhong shook his head slightly and did not continue trying to convince him. He said, "It is best for you to leave as soon as possible. Qin Lai doesn't have many friends in the Scarlet Tide continent, and I'm afraid they will notice you and Zhuo Qian." "Uncle Zhong, what of the issue?" Tu Zhe requested confirmation. "Miss has communicated with the person from the Song family. That person said that she will do her best to take care of it." Liang Zhong sighed. "The same is true of my Mississippi. What is she doing involving herself in this? If people notice this, even the patriarch of the Xie family would have a hard time." Since Qin Lai was in the Nether Realm, Wuxia was one of the rare few that were willing to speak for the Ling family, Tuze praised. Wuxia has a cold face, but a warm heart, one that really cares. Liang Zhong waved his hand and looked down at the ground almost like he knew that Qin Lai was in the secret room below. Enough of that. You better have some idea of what you're doing. Don't bring a calamity down on the Tu family. Thank you, Uncle Liang. Tuze watched as Liang Zhong left. Tuze returned to the private room. When he entered, Qin Lai stood up and said, "Big brother Tu, Sister Qian, I've really troubled you this time. I'm leaving now. Don't participate in anything else. Pretend you did not see me. Don't listen to Uncle Zhong. Stay here. There won't be a problem." Tuze tried to have him stay. "No, I still have other things to do. I need to go to Ling Town and wait for Miss Song to deliver the things." Qin Lai thanked Tuze and Zhuqian and left under the cover of darkness, going in the direction of Ling Town. 7 days later, Ling Town inside Herb Mountain. Qin Lai sat in silence and used spirit power to inscribe the 9-winding river diagram into the air. The glittering spirit power turned into a long, winding river. This river, possessing 9 curves and 18 bends, slowly appeared in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the spirit power flowed, the sound of splashing came from within the streams. A soft, erratic vibration came from the 9-winding river diagram in front of him. Yet, just as Qin Lai tried to control the streams of water and form an attack, the diagram in front of him suddenly burst into fragments of light. It still doesn't work. Qin Lai sighed. He had arrived 3 days ago and hid within Herb Mountain. He was not in a hurry to summon Ku Luo and the others, so he cultivated as he waited for Song Tingyu. He wanted to draw diagrams in the air with spirit power and turn the formations on the spirit pattern pillars into a method of attack. Yet he found that it wasn't so easy to accomplish this. "You are not strong enough," Shueli's voice resounded from inside his mind. "This 9-winding river diagram contains the essence of water. If you really want to use all of the 9-winding river diagram's power, you must have a deep understanding of the attributes of water. Boy, you're really ambitious, but you only have so much time and energy. You have already grasped the spirit arts controlling earth, frost, lightning, and thunder. You want to use the power of the 9-winding river diagram and study the wondrous power of water. But do you have the time and energy?" Qin Lai frowned slightly. "I will teach you a way." Shueli snickered. "Summon the spirit pattern pillar that possesses the 9-winding river diagram. Use the pillar as the spirit tablet and use your spirit power to inscribe it. Then you won't have to understand the essence of water, and you will be able to use the 9-winding river diagram." The 12 spirit pattern pillars had 2 uses. They sealed the evil nether passageway, and they restrained Shueli. Shueli's understanding of the 12 spirit pattern pillars clearly surpassed Qin Lai's. These 12 spirit pattern pillars come from Celestial Artifact Sect on the Heavenly Fisher continent in the Land of Chaos. This is one of the 18 Earth-grade spirit artifacts from Celestial Artifact Sect. Celestial Artifact Sect is also a silver force, just like our Blood Fiend sect. In the past, my junior brother went to Celestial Artifact Sect to request one of his good friends to take action. He first planned to obstruct by blood veins, then used the 12 spirit pattern pillars to restrain me. He wanted to force me to divulge the secrets of Blood Fiend sect. After 3 years without getting any information from me, he gradually gave up. He originally trapped me in order to interrogate me, but these 12 spirit pattern pillars were stolen. They then managed to end up in the Scarlet Tide continent, becoming the foundation of this armament sect's establishment. Shueli laughed coldly. "I recently found out that the original sect master of Armament Sect is a traitor that abandoned Celestial Artifact Sect. He stole the 12 spirit pattern pillars and fled all the way to the Scarlet Tide continent. He changed his identity and managed to become Armament Sect's founder. This person was extremely shameless." As Shueli spoke, Qin Lai had already summoned the spirit pattern pillar with the 9-winding river diagram inscribed in it. This cavern was very large, and the spirit pattern pillar did not even hit the ceiling when it appeared. Celestial Artifact Sect. 18 Earth-grade spirit artifacts. These spirit pattern pillars were one of them. Qin Lai's interest was piqued. He did not channel spirit energy. Seeing that Xueli was interested in talking, he was curious and started to ask questions. At the time, Celestial Artifact Sect had 18 Earth-grade spirit artifacts and 4 Heaven-grade spirit artifacts. Celestial Artifact Sect has many powerful artificers, but they are not the same as the artificers from Armament Sect. Each of them are not just outstanding artificers, but powerful martial practitioners as well. They entered the martial way through artifact forging, and each of them is powerful in combat. Even now, Celestial Artifact Sect is the strongest power in the Heavenly Fisher continent. Their reputation is feared throughout the continents in the Land of Chaos. Xueli explained, then changed the topic, saying, "My actual body is currently heading toward the Heavenly Fisher continent. The artificers that I need to ask all come from Celestial Artifact Sect. It was them who had discussed your grandfather. They revere your grandfather." Qin Lai's expression wavered and he shouted, "You have to ask them for information on my behalf. I will do my best," Xueli said faintly. While Qin Lai was diligently studying the mysteries of the spirit pattern pillars within the belly of Herb Mountain, wanting to thoroughly understand the secret of inscribing spirit pattern pillars in mid-air, he didn't know that every influential organization in the Scarlet Tide continent and every martial practitioner was terribly busy. Everyone was searching for the whereabouts of Qin Lai and the Horned Demon race. Inside the poisonous bog around Purple Mist Sea beside Armament City near Lingtown within Nebula Pavilion and even the Arctic mountain range, every martial practitioner was busy. Starting at Flame Volcano, the experts of Profound Heaven Alliance, Joyful Union Sect, and 8 Extreme Temple carried out a sweeping search, digging up 3 feet of land just to ferret out the Horned Demon race. Luckily, Qin Lai was hiding inside of Herb Mountain's cave all this time. If he had dared to loiter around Lingtown recently, there would have been a considerably high possibility of him being discovered by the martial practitioners from the 3 great forces. Within the poisonous bog inside the new Armament Sect, the Holy Master of 8 Extreme Temple announced, "Qin Lai has a spatial spirit artifact in his possession. With the help of the spatial spirit artifact, he must have transported the Horned Demon clansmen away. Earlier, if we had known Qin Lai was the key, we wouldn't have let him live and return to Flame Volcano." Nyeyun wore a gloomy expression. "As long as we can find Qin Lai, we should be able to find the Horned Demon race and end this battle." Mo, he said, "Find Qin Lai. Keep an eye on everyone that has close relations with him. Go where he was active at in the past and examine it layer by layer." Everyone shared the same opinion. Lingtown. The flowing cloud rainbow butterfly descended, landing at the town entrance that was devoid of people. 2 women of differing temperaments disembarked from the body of the rainbow butterfly. Coming to Lingtown at this time is not appropriate at all. The martial practitioners from 8 Extreme Temple and Joyful Union Sect have recently been wandering the area. Song Tingyu wore a bright-colored dress. With a relaxed posture, she walked on the floor made from stone slabs and furrowed her brow. Immediately after getting 10 spatial spirit stones from overseas, she followed Qin Lai's messages and rushed to Lingtown in an exhausting journey. Knowing that she had purchased spatial spirit stones from overseas, Xianxia requested to go with her as well. She said that, together, they could pull the wool over everyone's eyes. Song Tingyu didn't refuse and brought her to Lingtown. Qin Lai said, "If you've obtained spatial spirit stones, go to the location of the strange diagram that the 2 of you found in Lingtown's Herb Mountain." Xianxia wore plain white martial practitioner garb on her body. With a lucid expression, both of her eyes looked cold and detached, lacking any trace of human warmth. The place that the strange diagram was discovered, Song Tingyu beautiful pupils started to ripple, her mind shifted, and she immediately reacted. "There's someone nearby," Xianxia suddenly exclaimed softly. Song Tingyu sensed it as well. She couldn't help but look to the southern side of Lingtown in the distance. Both of them stopped talking, silently waiting to see who had come. After a while, the figures of Lu Yuntao, the pavilion master of Nebula Pavilion, Xianxia of Discipline Hall, and Yen Wenyen, the manor lord of Shattered Ice Manor, emerged one after another. Apart from them, there were some martial practitioners from Purple Mist Sea and Cloud Sky Mountain. It was as though these people were scattered throughout the surroundings of Ling Town. They gathered here after seeing the flowing cloud rainbow butterfly flying through the sky. "Are you Miss Song?" Lu Yuntao brought his subordinates. All this time, they had been carefully patrolling the surroundings of Ling Town, according to orders that Dark Azura Hall had recently transmitted. Dark Azura Hall ordered that, when suspicious people were discovered, or once Qin Lai and any evil races were found, it needed to be reported immediately. They had kept watch for 5 to 6 days and hadn't seen a single person. Upon seeing flowing cloud rainbow butterfly appear, they all gathered here out of curiosity. Based on Lu Yuntao's status, he was already qualified to know what the flowing cloud rainbow butterfly signified. Therefore, after coming over, he was extremely respectful. Xianxia, Yan Wenyan, and the other martial practitioners from the Poisonous Bog and Cloud Sky Mountain more or less knew about of Song Tingyu's status and also appeared to be considerably careful. "That's me," Song Tingyu said with a smile after waiting for everyone to come over. "You've all worked hard." No. Everyone cupped their hands and hurried to bow. "We came to Ling Town to look and see if it was possible to discover anything." Song Tingyu smiled gently in a restrained manner, wanting to find a suitable excuse to make these people go away. "Let us handle things over here for the time being. All of you are dismissed." Xianxia was even more straightforward. With an ice-cold expression, she straightforwardly made everyone get out of the way. Lu Yuntao and Yan Wenyan were well aware of Xianxia's status. After letting her say that, their expressions became awkward. They had originally wanted to suck up to Song Tingyu and Xianxia, but just gave up in the end. Each and every one of them departed in succession. "These people have been in the area recently, which is why I wanted to come along. I hope to be of some help." Xianxia's expression looked apathetic. "You go and find the location he spoke of. I will help you watch the people who have gathered and prevent them from coming too closely." "Thanks a lot." Song Tingyu was blunt as well. Song Tingyu didn't descend to Herb Mountain with the flowing cloud rainbow butterfly because she was afraid of exposing the exact location. Seeing that Xianxia was covering for her, she figured that she might as well head toward Herb Mountain alone. Herb Mountain and Ling Town definitely weren't separated by a great distance. With her current profound realm and indomitable strength, it only took her an hour of rushing to arrive at Herb Mountain. Releasing her mind consciousness, Song Tingyu carefully searched the surroundings. After finding that there were no soul fluctuations around, she went behind the mountain, toward the location that she and Qin Lai had discovered White Bone Nether Spiritual Altar. She quickly arrived at the White Bone Nether Spiritual Altar. Cough, cough. Song Tingyu coughed softly. Within the belly of Herb Mountain, Qin Lai did not continue to cultivate. Instead, he remained in the state of thoughtless tranquility. Under the effects of thoughtless tranquility, his heartbeat, blood, and even his soul fluctuations were all extremely weak. This way, he could avoid the soul detection of powerful existences. 7 days ago, when he realized that there were strong individuals roaming about Ling Town, he became aware that the experts of Profound Heaven Alliance, Joyful Union Sect, and 8 Extreme Temple might come to Ling Town to frequently search for traces of him and the Horned Demon race. In light of this, Qin Lai stopped his cultivation and maintained the state of thoughtless tranquility all this time within these few days. He knew that at least 6 strong individuals that were in the Nether Passage realm had come to Ling Town and swept the area. Unless he constantly stayed in the state of thoughtless tranquility, he knew that he would definitely be found. Cough, cough. Song Tingyu's soft coughing echoed sporadically. Qin Lai gradually emerged from the state of thoughtless tranquility. He could tell that the sound had originated from Song Tingyu. Once his eyes brightened, Qin Lai immediately went in the direction of the cave entrance. Not long after, he arrived at the entrance. After a moment of thought, he made a small gap in the entrance by moving the boulder that blocked it. He softly exclaimed through the crack, "I'm here." Song Tingyu's charming face became filled with joy. Her enchanting body moved to the stone wall like a butterfly, gracefully landing beside the small gap that had opened up. Song Tingyu moved to the small gap at the opening of the cave and looked at Qin Lai, who had revealed half of his face, immediately explaining, "Qin Lai, I didn't know anything about my father's decision. I've never thought of lying to you. If I didn't believe you, I wouldn't have let Xianxia communicate with you or let you help me look for spatial spirit stones, Qianlai said with a heavy voice. Song Tingyu's beautiful pupils flickered with splendor. This entire time, she felt she had let Qianlai down and kept thinking that she was the one who led Qianlai into a crisis. She initially thought that her trip to Qianlai had caused his death. She had even thought of leaving Profound Heaven Alliance and running away from the Scarlet Tide continent. She wanted to escape to a faraway place to avoid everything. At least she had, until Xianxia found her and told her that Qianlai was asking her for help. She then knew that the situation at Flame Volcano had undergone a tremendous change. She then knew that Qianlai had returned from dire straits, surprisingly alive and well. At this moment, hearing Qianlai say with his own mouth that he still believed in her, Song Tingyu's agitated heart had finally calmed down. Here, the spatial spirit stone that you wanted. Song Tingyu's face blossomed with astonishing brilliance. From within the spatial ring, she handed several transparent spirit stones that were around the size of a fist and released dizzying rays of white light over to Qianlai, one after another. Once the spatial spirit stones had been taken out, the space between the two of them started to oscillate with strange ripples. Small cyclones mischievously agitated the space and made tangible traces appear out of invisible space. Threads of electric light that emanated the power of space swiftly shot from the interior of Spirit Stone. To Qianlai, this felt similar to the evil nether passageway. Thank you. Qianlai tossed the 10 spatial spirit stones into his own spatial ring. Upon receiving them, he finally looked Song Tingyu in the eye, thanking her seriously. You don't need to thank me. I was the one who almost caused your death. A fine rainbow flashed over Song Tingyu's beautiful pupils. She looked at Qianlai deeply and said softly, What do you need the spatial spirit stones for? Are you preparing to leave the Scarlet Tide continent? Maybe. Qianlai frowned. Song Tingyu's gentle, lily-white hands reached out and grabbed his arm all of a sudden, her beautiful pupils glistening. Qianlai, I'm very happy to have known you. Qianlai went blank. He looked at Song Tingyu for a while, startled. Then he smiled and laughed. Why? It can't be that Miss Song has fallen for me and can't bear to see me leave, can it? I have not fallen for you. I just feel an indescribable sadness knowing that a good friend is about to leave. Song Tingyu sighed softly. Tingyu, you don't need to feel sad. He won't be going away. After a voice rang out, a plump silhouette gradually solidified and Song Ji soon showed himself. He faced Song Tingyu's charming face that had abruptly changed and said, When you left Profound Heaven Alliance with Jingxian and went in the direction of Ling Town, I had already been watching you. I've sent people to closely watch everyone that is acquainted with or related to Qianlai because I knew that there would definitely be a new development. You! Song Tingyu's face went pale. I didn't think that the receiving end of your spatial spirit artifact would be the belly of Herb Mountain. Heh! I have carefully asked around to learn everything about you. Qianlai, I know that you lived inside this cave for many years. Is that right? Song Ji walked over, chuckling. Boom boom! Qianlai pushed the boulder that was blocking the stone entrance. His entire person emerged from the cave. His expression looked unusually calm. He wasn't struck with panic like the first time he had been plotted against by Profound Heaven Alliance. After getting a hold of the spatial spirit stones, he furrowed his brow while looking at Song Ji, listening to his chatter and praise. He said, It seems that you know me quite well, huh? Hee. I know a lot more. Song Ji's entire face was smiling. He climbed halfway up the mountain and stood on top of a protruding stone, facing the wind with a chuckle. The people from the Horned Demon race, they should all be inside of the cave, right? The moment I saw your head emerge, I passed the discovery of this place. Soon enough, the experts from Profound Heaven Alliance, Aid Extreme Temple, and Joyful Union Sect will gather here. I wasn't determined to do this. From the very beginning, I didn't want to cause too large of a commotion because I didn't want to put all the living beings in the Scarlet Tide continent through such misery. Qianlai said gravely. Well, since things have come this far and you came knocking on the door again when we wanted to leave, it seems that I no longer have a choice. I hope you guys are already prepared. Finished speaking, Qin Lai touched the Eye of Frost and teleported directly to the Land of Frost. Qin Lai, how was it? Qin Lai, have you found a spatial spirit stone? Ku Luo and Ku Lu hastily asked once they saw Qin Lai suddenly appear. I found spatial spirit stones. However, the spatial teleportation formation inside of Herb Mountain has also been discovered by Profound Heaven Alliance, Qin Lai said calmly. Once this had been said, the face of every Horned Demon clansman and every Ling family clansman looked disheartened. Could it be that the heavens themselves want to exterminate us? Ku Lu asked in despair. No, the heavens don't want to exterminate the Horned Demon race, but it definitely wants to exterminate Profound Heaven Alliance, Aid Extreme Temple, and Joyful Union Sect. After saying those words, Qin Lai broke the ice wall with a single fist, walking out from the interior of the compound. Break! He held the Eye of Frost and shouted violently. From the center of the field of ice, the gigantic ice walls exploded piece by piece. Every Horned Demon clansman that's situated within suddenly all enlightened as they could see the glaciers a short distance away. They could also see the giant beasts that were sealed inside the glaciers. Good Lord! What is all this? What are these? What exactly is happening? Where is this? Everyone loudly shouted in succession. Qin Lai! A flash of lightning suddenly shot over and solidified into a python in front of him. Mang Wang shouted angrily. What the hell are you doing? You broke open the ice walls, and now my race will be exposed. What did you promise me? There is no need to hide anymore, Qin Lai said calmly, facing Mang Wang who was overflowing with rage. All of you will be able to break the seal immediately. Once this was said, Mang Wang couldn't have been more shocked. I only have one request, help me eliminate Profound Heaven Alliance, 8 Extreme Temple, and Joyful Union Sect. I want the 3 great forces to completely disappear from the Scarlet Tide continent. I, Mang Wang, representing every member of the giant spirit race, swear to help you accomplish this. Herb Mountain. After Qin Lai took the spatial spirit stones and disappeared, Song Ji's expression looked somewhat startled. He was momentarily struck with panic. From what he could ascertain, Qin Lai was able to teleport into Herb Mountain using a spatial spirit artifact. Song Ji had thought that Herb Mountain was the artifact's destination point, and by extension, that every Horned Demon clansman was hiding inside of it. However, Qin Lai's sudden disappearance clearly seemed strange, signifying that the receiving end of the spatial spirit artifact wasn't actually at Herb Mountain. How strange! Really? Song Ji frowned deeply. He didn't see that Song Tingyu's beautiful face was already covered with frost and her shoulders were trembling slightly. Her bright eyes shone with a ruthless, icy chill. You actually followed me. Song Tingyu gritted her teeth, her expression ashen. She had never been this angry before. At the same time, Xie Jinxuan's harsh shouting echoed from a distance. Second uncle, why are you here? Xie Jingxian, wearing a uniformly white garment, glowered at Xie Zhizhang. Her face also filled with icy frost. At the foot of Herb Mountain, Xie Zhizhang laughed in an embarrassed manner and explained, I heard that you and Song Tingyu had secretly left Profound Heaven Alliance and gone toward Ling Town. Your father isn't certain about you, and he had me follow you to keep an eye on things. He had actually come with Song Ji. Qin Lai and evil races had suddenly disappeared, making Profound Heaven Alliance, Aid Extreme Temple, and Joyful Union Sect extremely anxious. The 3 great forces were so anxious that they went to extreme measures to find Qin Lai. They secretly monitored everyone in the Scarlet Tide continent who had close relations with Qin Lai. After waiting for a while, they discovered that the whereabouts of Song Tingyu and Xie Jingxian seemed suspicious. Song Ji and Xie Zhizhang stealthily tracked them down almost immediately, moderating their breathing for the entire journey, and they cautiously arrived at Ling Town. Keep an eye on me? Xie Jingxian was just as angry as Song Tingyu. You've been following us the entire time, huh? She saw that Song Ji was next to Song Tingyu. We had no choice but to do so. This matter is one of great concern. Xie Zhizhang wore a helpless expression. You girls are always letting emotions affect your decision-making. We didn't have any choice but to do this. Halfway up the mountain, Song Ji laughed in spite of Song Tingyu's glare and said, "Don't you see? If we hadn't come, Qin Lai and the evil races would have easily escaped. The plan that Profound Heaven Alliance has been working on for so long. Wouldn't all our efforts have gone to waste? I hadn't expected that you wouldn't even trust us." Song Tingyu's heart went completely cold. When it came to Qin Lai, you girls were excessively loyal and disregarded the interest of our clans. Song Ji said honestly, sizing them up. Soon, all of the Scarlet Tide Continent's peak experts will gather here. Xie Zhizhang looked toward Herb Mountain with a heavy expression and said, "This time, no matter how many of the evil races are hiding within Herb Mountain, they won't be able to escape, as expected. Soon enough, a giant golden chariot, a crystalline war chariot, a giant crimson tent, golden-winged condors, green hunting bats, and other flying creatures, each and every one of them gathered from every direction in just half a day. Found it. It's actually inside of Herb Mountain. We can attack all of them this time. The martial practitioners from Profound Heaven Alliance, 8 Extreme Temple, and Joyful Union Sect that had come were all in high spirits after surrounding the entirety of Herb Mountain. Song Yu, Xie Yaoyang, Nye Yun, Li Yi, and Zhao Chongsheng came directly to where Qin Lai had opened up the cave entrance. Father! Father! Song Tingyu and Xie Jingxian wore gloomy expressions. After Song Yu and Xie Yaoyang came over with gritted teeth. Emin, both of you have worked hard. You may go and rest. Song Yu waved his hands and signaled Song Ji and Xie Zhizhang with his eyes, hinting for them to persuade Song Tingyu and Xie Jingxian to leave. By saying this, it was obvious that he was protecting Song Tingyu and Xie Jingxian. In doing so, he was giving Joyful Union Sect and 8 Extreme Temple the impression that Song Tingyu and Xie Jingxian appeared at Herb Mountain and contacted Qin Lai in order to help Profound Heaven Alliance find him. You two are definitely the most capable within the younger generation of Profound Heaven Alliance. Beautifully done. Zhao Chongxing praised them with a smile. Well done. Li Yi also nodded his head. They acted as if Song Tingyu and Xie Jingxian had really done this for Profound Heaven Alliance, as if they had thought of the big picture and gotten close to Qin Lai to lure him out. Xie Jingxian opened her mouth to speak, a cold expression on her face, yet she was pulled back by Xie Zhizhang. He dragged her to the foot of the mountain, preventing her from saying anything. Song Tingyu was somewhat calmer than Xie Jingxian. She knew what was happening, but she also understood that nothing could be done to reverse the situation. Nothing could be done to change her father's decision. So, as a result, she kept her silence. Without Song Ji saying anything, Song Tingyu headed to the foot of the mountain with Xie Jingxian, looking at the experts from the 3 great forces flock here from every direction. She suddenly thought of what Qin Lai had said before teleporting. She felt a faint sense of anxiety in her heart. Before Qin Lai had left, he appeared to be extremely calm, which was somewhat strange. She knew Qin Lai very well. She knew how scary Qin Lai could be when he got like that. Qin Lai, things have escalated this far. What else could you possibly do? Song Tingyu sighed deeply in her heart. A spatial teleportation formation. There's a spatial teleportation formation inside. Song Ji's called out loudly. His alarmed voice rang out from the belly of the mountain, making Zhao Chongsheng, Li Yi, and the other experts of Profound Heaven Alliance come in. The strongest martial practitioners of the Scarlet Tide continent quickly gathered beside the teleportation formation. The pinnacle of perfection. This is simply the pinnacle, Li Yi praised. A spatial teleportation formation that's completely intact. We are only lacking the spatial spirit stone needed to activate it. I never would have thought that in this empty herb mountain at this poor, rural Ling town there would actually be a teleportation formation like this. Song Ji exclaimed in astonishment. Song Yu, Xie Yaoyang, and Nye Yun were overwhelmingly thrilled as well. This is a window that leads to the outside world. With the existence of this teleportation formation, the Scarlet Tide continent will be soon bustling with excitement. The people from the Heaven Fate continent and the Flowing Cloud continent will definitely be interested in this formation as well. Temple Masterly, Alliance Chief Song. I hadn't foreseen that there would be such a shocking discovery during our journey to kill the evil races. Zhao Chongqing was also wild with joy. The evil races, where are they? Mo, he asked after regaining his senses. I just checked. They're not inside. There isn't the slightest bit of life in the belly of this mountain. The evil races simply aren't here, Xie Yaoyang said. I think they were supposed to leave the Scarlet Tide continent using this formation. I already know that they have spatial spirit stones. Nie Yun sneered, saying calmly amidst of the chaos. We just have to guard this formation and Qin Lai and the evil races will then be at their wits' end. They will only be able to leave by relying on this spatial teleportation formation. That's right. Song Yu smiled. Contact Master Gu Ping and quickly have him come here. He has some understanding of spatial teleportation formations. Have him come and carefully examine where it leads, Xie Yaoyang shouted. Right away, Song Ji responded. Underneath the Arctic mountain range, after the walls of ice were broken, every horned demon clansman emerged from the ice field. All of them saw the tall glaciers and the huge monsters that were sealed, frozen in ice. Apart from Ku Luo and Ku Lu, every horned demon clansman's face was obviously shocked. That's right. Shocked. No one could have imagined that, at the center of every glacier in this ruthlessly cold field of ice, vicious beasts from bygone eras would actually be sealed. Furthermore, there were more than 30 of them. Ling Yusher was especially shocked since it was her first time seeing such a sight. If one were to look carefully at the pure white sky above the bone-chilling land of profound ice, they would realize that it was actually a thick layer of powdery frost. Cold wind shrieked with reckless abandon, wandering through the cracks of the glaciers and over the cold, desolate earth. The piercing howl of the wind was capable of freezing people's spirits. That ear-piercing howl of the wind even made the spirits of people bitterly cold. At this moment, under the watch of the small thunder python, Qin Lai walked to the middle of the glaciers. Each and every one of his steps were on solid ice. In the eyes of everyone present, Qin Lai's solitary walk toward the glaciers appeared somewhat insignificant. However, at that moment, an aura appeared on Qin Lai's body that was so oppressive that it threatened to suffocate them. This was because Qin Lai was about to undo the seals here. Having once ravaged the earth in ancient times, every vicious beast displayed overwhelming brutality and a tyrannical visage from bygone eras. They had been sealed underground in glaciers and fallen into an age-long slumber. 10,000 years removed from time, they were frozen solid and resembled enormous lions and dragons. Today, under the constant pressure of profound Heaven Alliance, Aid Extreme Temple, and Joyful Union Sect, Qin Lai was seriously angered. He was finally determined to awaken these beasts that didn't know the difference between good and evil. With them, Qin Lai sought to crush profound Heaven City and pulverize 8 Extreme Temple's sky-piercing mountain. I don't know what sort of horrifying devastation the Scarlet Tide continent will suffer when these monsters are awakened. Does Qin Lai really want to do this? Ling Qingji's voice trembled slightly. Every Ling family clansman was visibly anxious. All of them felt uneasy in their hearts. They felt insignificant at the sight of the vicious beasts within the glaciers. Compared to these monstrous creatures that roamed freely in ancient times, human beings appeared much weaker. If these slumbering beasts woke up one after another, would this part of the world be able to endure their rampage? Would Qin Lai be in control of them? Would he be able to pacify them? Ling Qingji did not dare to continue that line of thought. I hope that, after these vicious beasts awaken, we will still be able to communicate with Qin Lai normally. Ling Xianxia exhaled softly. Qin Lai definitely would not have done this if we had not been forced into a corner. He has always known of this place, yet did not make use of it this entire time. Ling Yusher believed in Qin Lai. She knew that Qin Lai must have run into a major problem and become thoroughly exasperated to have no choice but to do this. He did this in order to protect us, honor the promise he made to the Horned Demon clansmen, and to resist the constant pressure from profound Heaven Alliance, Joyful Union Sect, and 8 Extreme Temple. Ling Yusher sighed faintly, her eyes showing a purple of unyielding determination. Regardless of what decision Qinlai makes, and whether or not this decision threatens the Scarlet Tide continent, he is the benefactor of the Ling family. Without him, our Ling family would have long since died many times over. Hearing what she said, all of the Ling family clansmen nodded their heads one after another. Uncle, this is, Ka Meng of the Horn Demon race said with a frightened voice. You guys knew about this place? Duo Luo shouted as well. Ku Luo and Ku Lu nodded their heads slightly. We knew about this place, but we didn't know that Qinlai had a way to awaken these vicious beasts. Ku Luo's face was also full of shock. It's unbelievable that Profound Heaven Alliance, 8 Extreme Temple, and Joyful Union Sect have actually targeted him so many times. Ku Lu was secretly pleased. He had been imprisoned by Profound Heaven Alliance for many years and had endured all kinds of torturous abuse. He hated Profound Heaven Alliance with his very bones. Qinlai wasn't wrong when he said that the heavens didn't want to eliminate the Horn Demon race, but Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple. Those people pressured us over and over, flagrantly proud of themselves. Yet they finally made Qinlai determined enough to awaken these slumbering beasts. Ku Lu took a deep breath, his eyes full of ferocity. If this area of land is dyed with blood, it will be because the other party asked for it. Croak, croak, croak. Sounds of ice being shattered suddenly echoed over from the glaciers. Threads of silver-white ice resembling lines of swimming fish appeared within the glaciers. Brilliant rays of ice appeared along with the ice that was shattering, appearing one by one. The icy strings came undone from the top of the glaciers as if they were being moved back and forth by invisible hands. Qinlai stood between the glaciers. Holding onto the Eye of Frost, he used his soul consciousness to bring the mini-map up inside of his mind. He pulled at the threads of ice, removing them from the bodies of the giant spirit clansmen. As if being cut by a razor, large pieces of ice continuously fell and shattered. The glaciers gradually started to rupture, shatter, and explode. Mang Wang's spirit, which had solidified into the small thunder python, floated above Qinlai's head. The python violently twisted and turned with excitement. Strands of mysterious soul consciousness flew into the bodies of every giant spirit clansman like currents of electric and bolts of thunder. He called out to his clansmen with his soul consciousness, helping them to slowly regain their own consciousnesses. Boom! The thick glaciers suddenly shattered and opened up, spewing forth countless fragments of ice. After the glaciers shattered, Mang Wang's original body finally struggled free. This was a giant python with silver-white scales covering its entire body, which was nearly 100 meters long, and even 30 meters tall when coiled up on itself. Rings of silver lightning wound around the giant python when the giant python extended its body. Like the water within a river, strands of dazzling lightning zigzagged across its body. Not only was it bright, it even discharged a godly, thunderous might that shook the earth. A spectacular silver horn protruded from the python's head like the sharp horns of a dragon. Whoosh! In a flash, Mang Wang's soul shrunk to the size of a grain of rice and sank into the python's eyes after his soul vanished. A glaring burst of lightning violently shot from both of its eyes. In a split second, a wave of oppressive, primal air covered the entirety of this frost-filled landscape. It was as if a giant hand had enveloped this area of land. SSSS. The giant python angrily hissed at the sky. The hiss brought forth a surge of thunder and lightning. In just a moment, the land of frost was filled with flashing lightning and roiling thunder, hastening the breaking of the glaciers. Boom, boom, boom. When the glaciers shattered, the ground below everyone's feet resounded with an ear-splitting explosion. Everybody was shaking as if a great earthquake had occurred. A giant ape, whose body was more than 50 meters long and covered in bright golden fur from head to toe, grinned and laughed wildly. Once he opened his mouth, a fang at the corner of his mouth was revealed. That fang was 2 meters long and as sharp as a razor blade. After the glaciers shattered, a giant, octagonal spider shook its body. 10 spiders that were each the size of a palm leaf flew out of its fur. The small spiders creaked in a strange way. Having smelled fresh blood, They rushed toward the Horned Demon clansman and Ling family clansman. A scarlet lizard, whose body resembled small mountain with its granite-like skin, spewed orange flames. The flames were like giant lanterns, bubbling out from inside of the lizard's body and starting to melt the land of frost. Mang Wang! Qianlai gripped the Eye of Frost with one hand and stared at the giant thunder python coldly, violently shouting. The seals on your physical bodies have been undone, but the seals on your souls are still under my control. He suddenly closed his eyes, concentrated his soul consciousness, and punished them a little. The octagonal giant spider and the scarlet lizard that had spewed torrents of flame began to frantically twist and turn. Just as they were about to destroy everything in this land, their eyes and noses suddenly emitted traces of cold air. All this time, threads of formless ice had been hidden in the depths of their souls as long as Qianlai activated the Eye of Frost. The threads of ice hidden within their souls would solidify, freezing their souls and sealing them once more. The giant spider and the scarlet lizard had only been alive for a moment before they stopped moving, their eyes covered in a layer of icy frost. All of you be quiet, Mang Wang roared in an ancient language. Every giant spirit clansman that had just struggled free from the glaciers immediately went quiet. One after another, they quickly focused their attention on Qianlai. Every pair of murderous eyes stared at Qianlai as if they wanted to him chew up and swallow him whole. I had an agreement with this human youth. Our race was only able to escape because of his hard work. Mang Wang looked toward the giant spirit clansmen. He looked at each and every one of them and yelled, "All of you act on my orders. Listen to the chief. Whatever the chief asks us to do, we will do it. Damn it. I want to find Ice Emperor and bite him into pieces. That wretched Ice Emperor. I want to strangle him to death." Every thundering voice rumbled and echoed within everyone's heads. The vibration caused a splitting headache for many Horned Demon clansmen, and it made blood to flow from the eyes and noses of the Ling family clansmen. Mang Wang, break the ice above our heads and charge out from this place, Qianlai shouted. Leave it to us, Mang Wang agreed. Allow me. The giant golden ape roared while advancing. The golden fur on his body emitted a sun-like splendor that, at first glance, looked as if he were made of molten iron. With an overwhelmingly powerful aura, he looked like he was capable of knocking down mountains and destroying everything. Hey ho ho! The giant golden ape gave an explosive roar. Like a golden spearhead or a sharp, pointed mountain, he thrusted his body high into the clouds. Boom, boom, boom! With a thundering sound, the thick ice above their heads fell to the ground like meteorites. Watching ice fragments that resembled millstones drop down swiftly and forcefully, the faces of Horned Demon clansmen and Ling family clansmen went deathly pale. All of them screamed one after another. Mang Wang! Qianlai couldn't help but shout angrily. Leave it to us! Mang Wang roared as well. Each giant creature waved their limbs, striking and shattering the giant ice boulders one after another. To the Horned Demons and the Ling family, the boulders were far bigger than their bodies. To the vicious beasts that had roamed freely in ancient times, however, the boulders were just small stones. Continue the assault. Break apart the ice barrier. Escape from here. The vicious beasts roared with excitement. Boom, boom. Deep within the Arctic mountain range, a mountain of ice covered in snow rocked, swayed, and shattered open. A fragmented ice boulder hit the chief of the Arctic mountain range, the purple-eyed flame Lion King that had been occupying the peak of the mountain, and threw it several hundred meters into the distance. A woo! The giant golden beast soared out from within the shattered icy peak with a howling sound that resonated throughout the earth. This shocking commotion caused a loud rumble, making the peak experts in Herb Mountain shake. The experts of Profound Heaven Alliance, 8 Extreme Temple, and Joyful Union Sect were currently gathered at Herb Mountain. They were waiting for Profound Heaven Alliance's artificer, Gu Ping, to check out the spatial teleportation formation inside of Herb Mountain and see exactly where it went. Song Tingyu and Xianxia had not left. They both stayed in Ling Town. They were tricked by Song Ji yet again, and this time they had truly lost all faith in Profound Heaven Alliance. They hadn't left yet because something would definitely happen since there was a teleportation formation in Herb Mountain, and Qianlai had been there. They also paid attention to how the situation was developing. The son of Joyful Union Sect's vice sect master Zhao Chongsheng, Zhao Xian, had also remained in Lingtown for the past 2 days. He had been enchanted by the beauty of Song Tingyu and Xie Jingxian, and he had recently been thinking of a way to get close to them. A woo! A bestial, earth-shaking roar came from deep within the Arctic mountain range and immediately echoed toward Herb Mountain. This caused the experts of the three forces, Song Tingyu and Xie Jingxian, to be incredibly shocked. They did not know what kind of strange event had occurred in the Arctic mountain range. The powerhouses of the three forces gathered inside of Herb Mountain. Song Yu, Li Yi, and Zhao Chongxing emerged from Herb Mountain and gathered at its peak. What a terrifying roar! What the hell are the spirit beasts in the Arctic mountain range doing? Song Yu's expression was harsh as he narrowed his eyes, probing outward with his mind. A while later, he shuddered and said, "This terrifying sound wave, this savage aura, I don't think even the purple-eyed flame Lion King could have done this. Could it be that a more powerful beast king has been born in the Arctic mountain range?" Li Yi's expression was also harsh. "We will need to send someone to check out the situation," Nye Yun said. Roar! Another roar that shattered the sky came from deep within the Arctic mountain range. This roar was obviously different from the previous one, but it was just as powerful. Another one! Song Yu's expression changed greatly. The second roar was filled with a savagery and bloodlust that seemed like it could destroy every living being in the world. Everyone who heard it felt as though their heart would break. Something's not right. Xie Yaoyang's face also changed. This terrifying aura is definitely not something that the purple-eyed flame Lion King could possess. Something unimaginable must have happened inside the Arctic mountain range. RRMMBB. An earthquake came from the Arctic mountain range. All of the martial practitioners on Herb Mountain could feel the ground shake. At this moment, Song Tingyu and Xie Jingxian walked out of the stone houses in Lingtown. "Miss Song, Miss Xie, you're finally willing to come out." Zhao Xian looked handsome, and he wore a cool smile on his face. He glanced in the direction of the Arctic mountain range from time to time and asked, "Both of you are from the Scarlet Tide continent. Do you know what the rank of the most powerful beast in the Arctic mountain range is?" Those two roars were so shocking that the spirit beasts that made them are probably around rank 6 at the very least. Both Song Tingyu and Xie Jingxian did not bother with him. They looked each other in the eyes and simultaneously rushed toward Herb Mountain. "This is too strange." Song Tingyu frowned deeply. She didn't know why, but she felt like the anomaly at the Arctic mountain range had something to do with Qianlai. A bestial roar. Was it the giant thunder python? Her eyes gradually brightened. She knew Qianlai better than anyone. She had fought by his side in the Nether Realm. She was well aware of the fact that Qianlai's body held the soul of an ancient beast inside of it. She didn't know where he had gotten such a vicious soul, but she did know that Qianlai and the giant thunder python had a profound connection with one another. Connecting the two loud roars with the words that Qianlai had spoken before he left, she felt sort of anxious. She had a feeling that a terrifying change was about to happen in this world. Deep within the Arctic mountain range, the glaciers of profound frost shattered and collapsed one by one. After the mountains of ice had shattered, deep, gigantic pits appeared in the ground. Inside the huge icy cave was a snow-white world. This was the land of profound ice that Qianlai had been coming and going from all this time. The land of frost was situated deep within the Arctic mountain range. It was below the ice mountains that never melted. At this moment, the ice mountains shattered and the giant frost cave was revealed. The underground land of frost had finally surfaced. The angry roar of a giant beast resounded from underground. Ferocious beasts that were enormous and looked sinister were constantly breaking free. They were like small hills covered in scales and armor surfacing from deep within the Arctic mountain range. Meanwhile, Qianlai was seated on the giant python's head beside its baleful dragon horn. Atop the giant python's head, he gripped the Eye of Frost with one hand and pointed in a direction with the other. He said to Mang Wang, "Destroy Sky-Piercing Mountain. I want 8 extreme temple to collapse and for them to be wiped from the face of spirit realm. Mang Wang exploded into a roar. 8 giant beasts, each about the size of a small mountain, followed suit as they roared madly and charged toward sky-piercing mountain with an unstoppable momentum. Profound Heaven City is in that direction. I want you to flatten the most prosperous city on the Scarlet Tide continent. Qin Lai then pointed in another direction. Mang Wang let out yet another explosive roar. Another 8 of the gigantic beasts roared madly and charged into the open. Like rolling mountains that destroyed every obstacle in their path, they rushed toward Profound Heaven City like lightning. If any martial practitioners in the Nether Passage realm and above dare to block your path, kill them without mercy. Seated atop Mang Wang's head, Qin Lai's face was completely filled with violence as he said in a low tone, "Kill the strong and forgive the weak. I want these 2 great forces to be utterly exterminated." Mang Wang roared angrily at the sky once more. His roars were the orders that he gave out to his clansmen to obey and execute. "Come, bring me to Herb Mountain," Qin Lai exclaimed in a low tone. "Qin Lai, what about us? What should we do?" Ku Luo and Ku Lu cried out. "Qin Lai," Ling Yushir also exclaimed. "Mang Wang, have your clansmen crouch down and bring them along." Qin Lai gripped the Eye of Frost tightly and said, "As long as your giant spirit race does this well, I will release the seals on all of your souls. After that, whatever you giant spirits do will no longer have anything to do with me." "All right." Mang Wang roared out his orders. The remaining 20 or so ferocious beasts, which were as huge as mountains, crouched down as ordered. Under Qin Lai's commands, a portion of the horned demon race and the Ling family clansmen shakily climbed up the bodies of the giant beasts. Meanwhile, Ku Luo, Ku Lu, and the other horned demon elites such as Ka Meng and Ka Luo rode spirit hunting beasts or other nether beasts. "Go!" Qin Lai pointed at Herb Mountain. Mang Wang turned his head and tail, and suddenly floated into the air. Like a giant lightning dragon, it carried Qin Lai through the sky and flew to Herb Mountain. Behind him, around 20 giants were either flying as well or charging right through the forest, trampling all the giant trees beneath their feet and knocking over small hills. The giant beasts that were flying in the sky resembled enormous black clouds. The giant beasts charging across the ground were like unstoppable, rolling hills. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Awoo. Oh. An apocalyptic sound of activity rang from within the Arctic mountain range. A tyrannical aura that threatened to slaughter all beings and destroy the world gushed forth. At Herb Mountain, all of the experts from 8 Extreme Temple, Joyful Union Sect, and Profound Heaven Alliance were terrified. Right now, Song Tingyu, Xie Jingxian, Song Siyuan, Xie Zhizhang, and Song Ji were gathered atop the mountain. They were all looking in the direction of the Arctic mountain range with fear and shock. "What's going on? Just what the hell is going on?" Mo, he screamed. Li Yi's expression was unimaginably heavy. He, too, was questioning Profound Heaven Alliance's Song Yu. "Alliance Chief Song, just what is going on? Why are there so many ferocious beasts on the Scarlet Tide continent? Just what the hell has Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple been doing?" Zhao Chongxing was also yelling. Everyone noticed that the situation was far from encouraging. Profound Heaven Alliance, 8 Extreme Temple, Joyful Union Sect, and many other experts were gathered at Herb Mountain, preparing to attack the evil races and shed light on the secrets of the spatial teleportation formation. No one could have foreseen that such a shocking change would suddenly happen deep in the Arctic mountain range. So many ferocious beasts, which were clearly terrifying beyond measure just from sound alone, had actually appeared out of nowhere. Everyone was anxious, yet no one could have imagined that this matter was related to Qin Lai. They couldn't have known that their constant pressuring had finally driven Qin Lai into a corner, leaving him no choice but to make an unwise decision. They had no one to blame for this but themselves. While the experts of the 3 forces continued to grow worried atop Herb Mountain, Mang Wang's terrifying body appeared in the sky. His body was almost 100 meters long when fully extended. It resembled a dazzling bolt of lightning when it twisted through the sky. Mang Wang's body was covered in brilliant silver-white scales, and when it suddenly appeared, the silvery reflection was so bright that the crowd below couldn't even open their eyes. Beneath the clouds, Mang Wang let out a roar and floated above the front of Herb Mountain. Seated on the giant python's head, Qin Lai gripped the Eye of Frost with one hand and looked at Song Yu, Xia Yaoyang Niayun, Li Yi Zhao Changsheng, and the others with an icy cold expression. He said, "I trust all of you have been well since we last met." Ho. Explosive roars resounded as ancient beasts appeared one after another. Like dark clouds above, and like falling mountains, they consecutively appeared behind Qin Lai. They shook the earth until deep chasms were opened. Nearly 20 ferocious beasts, Ku Luo, Ku Lu, Duo Luo, Ka Meng, and many other horned demon elites were gathered at Herb Mountain this dark gray evening. Qin Lai! Qin Lai! It's actually Qin Lai! Shocked cries rang from the martial practitioners of the three forces. Many of them recognized Qin Lai and shouted aloud. Song Yu, Niayun, and Xia Yaoyang's expressions had never been as serious as they was at this moment. Alliance Chief Song, have you ever thought such a day would come? Qin Lai grinned an icy smile that sent chills into one's heart. You pushed me again and again, using one devious scheme after another to plot against me. Did you really think I would do as you wanted? The three patriarchs of Profound Heaven Alliance wore ugly expressions. And you? Qin Lai then looked at Li Yi and said, You're the one who sent Mo He to kill me, aren't you? The face of Li Yi, 8 Extreme Temple's holy master, also darkened. There are no debts without creditors, and no injustices without cause. There has not been any retribution yet, but that's just because it wasn't the time for it. Qin Lai looked at the crowd and said indifferently, Yet now, the time has come. Everyone's hearts went taut. No one could have imagined that, seated atop the head of a giant beast, Qin Lai would so carelessly and arrogantly show up out of nowhere. I heard that the forces and martial practitioners of the entire Scarlet Tide continent were incessant in their search for my whereabouts, to the point that they'd even dig 3 feet into the ground. He paused for a moment before looking at the crowd and saying, Now I'm here. What are you going to do about it? Ho. The giant golden ape roared and bared its fangs. Its eyes revealed a cruel, tyrannical expression as it impatiently prepared to attack. Roar! Angwu! Awu! All sorts of crazy roars came from the mouths of the giant beasts. These recently emancipated ancient beasts had been oppressed for far too long and desperately needed a bloody feast to vent their emotions. The people of Profound Heaven Alliance, Joyful Union Sect, and 8 Extreme Temple were nothing more than tasty meals in their eyes. They would drink the blood of the 3 forces and satisfy their bloodlust. They would use a baptism of blood to tell the entire world that the giant spirit race had reappeared. Qin Lai, do you know what you're doing? Profound Heaven Alliance's brain, Song Ji, was shocked by the spectacle before him. Seeing so many sinister, terrifying beasts gathered in one place, he was terrified out of his wits. Yet he still pretended to be calm and yelled, These vicious beasts will start a terrible slaughter and cause countless deaths on the Scarlet Tide continent. Qin Lai, have you thought of the consequences? Qin Lai, this is madness. Xie Zhizhang also cried out in shock. Song Yu, Xia Yaoyang, Niayun, Li Yi, and the others were all quiet and wore incredibly heavy expressions. They all noticed that the situation was getting a little out of hand. They could not ascertain the strength of the ferocious beasts that had suddenly appeared, but they did know that these ancient beasts were extremely powerful by using their soul perception. They were not confident that they could go up against the beasts, so they did not say anything unnecessary. Rather, they were afraid that doing so would provoke an unimaginable attack. Furthermore, they were still delusional, believing that Song Ji's and Xie Zhizhang's urging Qin Lai to look at the bigger picture could stop these ferocious beasts from acting senselessly. Consequences? Ha ha ha. Now you're lecturing me about consequences. Under everyone's gazes, Qin Lai laughed wildly. His laughter was filled with scorn and ridicule. I heard that you were the one that thought of using me to acquire the profound E9-leaf lotus from the Horned Demon race and destroying the evil nether passageway while their defenses were weak. Qin Lai laughed loudly as he pointed at Song Ji and said, "Did you ever think of the consequences when you set me up with such an evil scheme and wanted to force the entire Horned Demon race to their deaths? I did not wish to start conflict. All I wanted was to send the Horned Demon race away through the spatial teleportation formation, yet you are the ones who appeared at a critical moment and blocked my escape route once more. Have you ever considered what the consequences would be if you did that? When all is said and done, they are the evil races. They deserve whatever they get, even if it means that all of them die," Song Ji said coldly. This was the voice within the heart of every person in Profound Heaven Alliance, 8 Extreme Temple, and Joyful Union Sect. To put it bluntly, they had never been able to open their minds when it came to foreign races. They had always thought of the foreign races as mortal enemies. No matter how despicable or dishonest a method was, as long as it was used against foreign races, it was considered acceptable. Qin Lai, how dare you show your face after assisting the evil races in opposing our human race? Nyayun yelled severely. It truly is a waste of time to talk with all of you. Qin Lai shook his head. He knew that, at this point, there was no reason in talking. He waved his hand and cruelly said, "Begin the attack! Slaughter every martial practitioner of 8 Extreme Temple, Joyful Union Sect, and Profound Heaven Alliance that has gathered here. Destroy them all." Mang Wang let out an explosive roar. Following Mang Wang's roars, the 20 giant spirit clansmen all howled at the sky. The angry, earth-shaking howls spread out from Herb Mountain. It was as if the entire Scarlet Tide continent was trembling in fear. Their howls were also answered by the giant beasts that were headed towards Sky-Piercing Mountain and Profound Heaven City. For a time, bestial howls resonated from 3 directions on the Scarlet Tide continent. The continent shook until the sky itself was dark without daylight. "Giants' beasts are replying to them." Song Yu's expression changed greatly. Li Yi looked in the direction of Sky-Piercing Mountain and realized that things were taking a turn for the worse. He looked at Qin Lai sternly and asked, "What else have you done?" "Oh, I forgot to tell you." Qin Lai slapped his head as if he just remembered something before bowing apologetically and chuckling. "The other dozen or so of these ferocious beasts are headed to Sky-Piercing Mountain and Profound Heaven City. If there are no surprises, then the 2 copper forces of the Scarlet Tide continent shall be utterly flattened." The moment he said this, the eyes of every man and woman of Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple were filled with fear. Even Song Yu and Li Yi went pale from the shock. "Qin Lai, how dare you?" Nyayun was the first to rush toward Qin Lai out of anger. "You've gone crazy." Song Yu also cried out in shock. Xiaoyang was the only one who looked at the current Qin Lai and felt an icy chill. When Song Ji schemed against the Horned Demon race, Xiaoyang had actually been against it because he thought that it was dishonorable. However, since Nyayun and Song Yu insisted on supporting the plan and Xiaoyang momentarily gave in to his desire for the profound E9-leaf lotus, he eventually agreed to the plan as well. At this moment, as he watched Qin Lai appear with 20 ferocious beasts and intimidate everyone here in a deranged, tyrannical way, he suddenly felt a profound sense of regret. "Oh, Qin Lai." Song Tingyu was also among the martial practitioners of Profound Heaven Alliance, overwhelmed with shock. In reality, she had already noticed that things were going south the moment that the bestial roars resounded from the Arctic mountain range. Nevertheless, she had not imagined that Qin Lai would actually have the means to command 20 ancient beasts. What did this mean? This meant that Qin Lai had the power to go up against the combined strength of Profound Heaven Alliance, 8 Extreme Temple, and Joyful Union Sect from the very beginning. Yet Qin Lai did not do so. Qin Lai had yielded and restrained himself over and over to avoid unleashing these beasts and harming the lives of those on the Scarlet Tide continent. However, Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple had forced Qin Lai into a dead end. This was also where they had finally truly angered him. They've truly caused their own destruction. Hearing Qin Lai's cruel order and seeing the shocked fear on the face of every martial practitioner of the combined forces, Song Tingyu wondered why she didn't feel a trace of pity for them. In fact, she even felt pleased. "Serves you right," she yelled in her heart. The other person who held the same opinion as her was Xie Jingxian. Next to Xie Zhizhang, she icily said, "I had already learned the extent of Qin Li's madness when we surrounded Armament Sect. He completely destroyed the leaders of Dark Azura Hall and the 4 other forces with Terminator Profound Bombs, yet all of you couldn't stop yourselves from provoking him. I truly don't understand how your minds work." He was just a manifestation realm martial practitioner. No one could have imagined that he would have such power. Xie Zhizhang's expression was bitter. He was also starting to feel regret. Qin Li can forge Terminator Profound Bombs. As long as he is alive, he only needed to spend a certain amount of time to forge several hundred Terminator Profound Bombs. Xie Zhizhang frowned and said coldly, "Even without these beasts, it wouldn't be too hard for him to destroy both Profound Heaven City and Sky-Piercing Mountain." Aside from Xie Zhizhang, even Xie Yaoyang was regretting his decisions when she said this. He also noticed that, as long as Qin Li was alive, his malefic existence had the power to raise hell on the Scarlet Tide continent. Boom, boom, boom. Dull, thundering rumbles roared from deep within the clouds. They were accompanied by serpentine lightning that constantly struck the ground. Nye Yun, Profound Heaven Alliance's Nye family patriarch, was in the fragmentation realm. With a long sword in hand and gleaming armor on his body, he charged through the sky at Qin Li like a god. However, at the halfway point, he was given a baptism of heavenly thunder. Mang Wang's angry roars were so loud that it seemed as if the sky would collapse. From deep within the clouds, like prismatic rays that threatened to destroy the world, lightning bolts crazily descended like shining waterfalls. It was as if the sky and the earth had been connected by thousands of lightning bolts. Amidst the glaring lightning and earth-shaking rumbling, the thickest, longest, most berserk series of lightning struck Nyeyun like they had grown eyes of their own. Croc, croc, croc. The armor on Nyeyun's body that glittered with godly light was shattered almost instantly. His handsome figure, which had been walking through the sky, was instantly burned into black charcoal. He had barely moved a few steps before being struck down by thunder and lightning. Patriarch! Father! Big brother! The people of the Nye family all screamed madly when they saw that Nyeyun had been struck down. Song Yu, Li Yi, and Zhao Chongqing had originally been preparing to capture Qin Li and use him as a hostage to control the beasts. However, when they saw that Nyeyun had been struck down by the lightning-filled sky before managing to take more than a few steps, their expressions changed. Mang Wang, can your clansmen deal with everything before us? What are their realms and cultivations? Qin Li had originally been a bit worried when he saw Nyeyun's aggressive approach, but now he relaxed and carefully inquired with his soul. According to the present power level hierarchy, if I were in peak condition, I would be considered equal to a rank 8 spirit beast or one of your imperishable realm martial practitioners. However, that was in the past. My current power is greatly diminished, and I can only unleash power in the early stage of a rank 7 spirit beast, which is about the same as a martial practitioner in the early stage of the Nirvana realm. I will need to recover for a long time before once again being at my best. As for my clansmen, all of them at their peak would be around the level of a rank 7 spirit beast. They are currently just as weakened as I and are only able to unleash the strength of a rank 6 spirit beast, the equivalent of a middle or late-stage fragmentation realm martial practitioner. Although this long sleep has weakened them significantly, it is still child's play to dispose of all life on the Scarlet Tide continent. Mang Wang answered with great confidence. From his perspective, the Scarlet Tide continent wasn't the only continent incapable of withstanding their might. Even the copper forces of the nearby Flowing Cloud continent and Heavenly Fate continent currently did not have the strength to oppose them. Even if your power has been diminished by a level, it will be enough for you to have the power of a Nirvana realm martial practitioner. Qin Li relaxed completely. Even in their weakened state, the giant spirit race clansmen were equal to 1 Nirvana realm martial practitioner and 30 or so middle to late stage fragmentation realm martial practitioners. It wouldn't be a problem for this powerful force to destroy Profound Heaven Alliance, 8 Extreme Temple, and Joyful Union Sect. Not to mention that the 4 great elites of the Horned Demon race were also supporting Qin Lai. Then tear them apart. Qin Lai pointed at Songji, Songyu, Nieyun, Li Yi, and the others before ordering with an icy cool expression. He would vent all of his long-endured frustration all at once. Roar! 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 The gigantic beasts, either soaring through the air or charging wildly across the ground, instantly surrounded Herb Mountain and began to mercilessly bite and tear apart their enemies. Under Qin Lai's command, the group of ferocious beasts that had regained their freedom could no longer restrain the irritation in their hearts and charged forth. For a time, all of Herb Mountain was surrounded as the stench of the giant beasts mixed with cruel, frenzied auras that flooded toward it. Resembling a black cloud, a giant eagle extended its wings and covered its head, viciously swiping downward with its talons. They were like the hands of God, carrying a power that could rend the sky. Shining with golden light, the giant ape let out an angry howl. The tremendous shockwaves caused by this howl continuously pounded against Herb Mountain as though they were solid. With a body like branded iron, the scarlet lizard burned with intense mushroom clouds of red-hot flames, unleashing a terrifying fiery power from within. Clouds of fire flew out of its body and blazed toward the location that the martial practitioners of the 3 forces were gathered. The crocodile, whose entire body was covered in scales of ice, shook its body while releasing a lengthy, freezing breath toward the crowd. The freezing breath was a mix of ice pellets and ice blades, condensing into a glacial storm that blasted right into the faces of the martial practitioners. Meanwhile, a giant spider crawled around. Its claws resembled shiny, sharp blades that carved dry, bottomless wells into the ground. Any human martial practitioner that dared block its path would be swiped by its shiny spider claws and cut to meaty pieces. Once in pieces, the corpses of the martial practitioners would be frozen by frost energy and covered in a layer of ice. Not even a drop of blood would fall from the corpses. Suspended in the gray sky, Mang Wang howled continuously, drawing prismatic lightning from deep within the clouds to strike at the crowd of humans on Herb Mountain. Resembling dragons and serpents, bolts of lightning swam across the land. The sky and the earth were connected by lightning, and at first glance, it seemed as though a bead curtain of long, thick lightning had descended from the sky. Thunder and lightning rampaged through the sky. Mushroom clouds of scarlet flame that were the size of discs hurtled from the sky like flaming meteors. Chunks of ice and sharp, blade-like icicles also flew in from every direction. The earth shook from the impact caused by the giant beasts. Herb Mountain quaked intensely and incessantly. The giant beasts ruined the land surrounding Lingtown and left no stone unturned, reducing it to shambles. At this moment, thunder raged, flames fell, chunks of ice rolled, and stones crashed downward. It was like the world was coming to an end. The martial practitioners of Profound Heaven Alliance, Joyful Union Sect, and 8 Extreme Temple instantly suffered grievous losses upon being assaulted by the giant beasts. The martial practitioners beneath the Fulfillment Realm basically had no way to fight back and died almost immediately, either buffeted by fire, struck by lightning, or blasted by blades of ice. Even experts in the Fulfillment Realm couldn't hold on for very long as they were instantly pushed to the brink after the continuous explosions. Wretched screams, hoarse cries, angry roars, tearful wails, and howls continuously resounded from the mouths of the 3 forces' martial practitioners. Qin Lai sat high atop Mang Wang's head with an icy expression, staring coldly at the scene of the group of beasts charging into the 3 forces. He was detached from all of it. Songyu, Nieyun, Xiaoyang, Li Yi, Zhao Changsheng, and Mo He were the top experts of the 3 forces. They were currently surrounded by the ferocious beasts and had long ago moved to protect themselves. They either took out their spirit artifacts or executed their abilities as Fragmentation Realm martial practitioners to defend themselves against the attack of the ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, these vicious beasts were nearly invincible. They were all the equivalent of a middle or late-stage Fragmentation Realm martial practitioner at the very least. Furthermore, their bodies were humongous, and they simply needed to turn their heads or tails to cause massive damage to the weak martial practitioners around them. Qin Lai, Seeing that the battle was intense, Ku Luo grew excited and couldn't help but chuckle strangely. Go! Qin Lai nodded. Kill them. Ku Luo's spirits were running high. The spirit-hunting beasts and nether beasts howled as they charged and joined the battle. The martial practitioners of the three forces were already at a disadvantage under the attacks of the ferocious beasts. Now that the horned demon race had also joined the battle, the speed at which the three forces were losing tremendously increased. Song Yu, Li Yi, and Zhao Chongqing had joined forces in an attempt to kill one or two ferocious beasts. They floated in midair and wielded sharp blades, long swords, and a fire hammer respectively, summoning the spirit energy of the world in an attempt to make the beasts pay in blood. It was at this moment that Ku Luo, Duo Luo, and Ka Meng, the elites of the horned demon race, rushed over. Ku Luo waved his white-boned staff and a sky full of ghouls, ghosts, and vile souls roared into existence. It was as if he had somehow forced an evil nether passageway to open in this world and released the ghastly specters from the depths of the nine hells. Clad in blood-stained armor, dragging their long tails behind them, the horned demon generals Duo Luo and Ka Meng released a continuous stream of light that resembled black water. As their powers condensed and discharged, pitch-black, demonic rays of light blasted the surroundings from within their bodies. These demonic rays of light emanated an eerie, freezing aura capable of destroying one's will and soul. It would slowly arouse the evil thoughts within the hearts of their enemies. Qin Lai noticed that the ferocious beasts grew even stronger after the pitch-black demonic light had spread. On the other hand, the eyes of Song Yu, Li Yi, and Zhao Chongqing flashed as if they were doing their best to restrain something. What a grand scene! Xue Li's screams echoed within Qin Lai's mind. Kid, quickly. Let me out so I can watch. Qin Lai immediately released his bindings. A dot of blood about the size of a grain of rice flashed at his forehead before condensing into a stream that slowly gathered in front of him. It assembled into the appearance of Xue Li. The moment that Xue Li got out and saw the ferocious beasts surrounding and attacking the martial practitioners of the three forces, he immediately laughed in excitement. Interesting. How interesting. The moment he saw Qin Lai sitting on Mang Wang's head, Xue Li immediately guessed that these beasts had been unleashed by Qin Lai. Xue Li had known for the longest time that Qin Lai was hiding something from him. He already knew that Qin Lai had formed a relationship with the group of ferocious beasts using a specific method. He had known since the first time he saw Mang Wang transform into the giant thunder python. This was also why he knew that there would eventually come a day where Qin Lai would go on a rampage caused by the constant pressure from Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple. In fact, the truth did not exceed his expectations. With nowhere to go, Qin Lai finally exposed his long-hidden secret and released the ferocious beasts of an ancient era. Awesome! Awesome work! This scarlet-tide continent has had a horrible stench for far too long and already deserves to be swept clean. Xue Li looked rather excited. I will bestow my powers unto you. You can do whatever you wish. It was at this moment that Mang Wang sent a mental message to Qin Lai after realizing that the situation had stabilized. Suddenly, his wriggling, dragon-like body rapidly shrank. In just 10 breaths of time, Mang Wang's body, which had been nearly 100 meters long, shrunk into a silver, 2-meter-long python the width of an arm. This python began wrapping around Qin Lai, coil by coil, starting from his waist. Mang Wang's head settled at Qin Lai's neck, just beneath his mouth. Prack, prack, prack. An impossibly violent power of thunder and lightning exploded from Mang Wang's true body. This power caused Qin Lai's body to boil all over. He realized that he could manipulate this power. Use my power to kill whoever you want, Mang Wang said. Qin Lai grinned and laughed madly. All right. He summoned the power of thunder and lightning, and like a bolt of lightning that pierced through the sky, he fired at Song Ji's position. You are the brain of Profound Heaven Alliance and the one who came up with one devious scheme after another. Qin Lai laughed loudly in midair as he channeled heavenly thunder eradication and attempted to condense the power of thunder and lightning into a thunder-lightning ball. ZZZT, ZZT, ZZT. A giant thunder lightning ball that resembled the sun and was about 70 meters in diameter swiftly formed in front of him. The thunder and lightning energy inside of the giant thunder lightning ball was earth-shaking, scaring even Qin Lai. Qin Lai, as a member of the human race, you dare to conspire with a foreign race. You deserve death. Seeing the creation of the giant thunder lightning ball, warning bells rang inside of Song Ji's head, and he couldn't help but roar in fear and anger. I'd like to see who dies first between the two of us. Qin Lai laughed crazily and hurled the thunder lightning ball. Sharing one mind with Qin Lai, the giant thunder lightning ball violently rushed straight toward Song Ji, like a sun formed from thunder and lightning. Prack, prack, prack. The bolts of lightning flared out first, as if homing in on their targets. The lightning stunned Song Ji for an instant, causing a hint of lethargy to appear in his eyes. Before he could react, the giant thunder lightning ball descended and consumed Song Ji's body whole. Song Ji's short, fat body was enveloped by the thunder lightning ball before it was carried into the sky, visible to everyone. Only then did it leisurely explode. The explosion killed Song Ji instantly. As the brain of Profound Heaven Alliance, Song Ji played a vital role in recent events. He was held in high regard by Song Yu, Xiaoyang, Niayun, and everyone else. However, in Qin Lai's eyes, Song Ji was the main culprit behind terrible crimes. Boom! A giant thunder lighting ball exploded in midair. The rays of light from it wove together and instantly created an explosive force a degree stronger and more horrifying than the power of 10 Terminator profound bombs exploding at the same time. Prack, prack, prack. Thick strands of lightning shot in every direction, bolstered by the sound of thunder. Song Ji's corpse was reduced to small chunks of meat almost instantly, turning into a torrential rain of cascading blood. You reap what you sow. In a corner south of Herb Mountain, Song Tingyu wore a bright-colored dress. She looked like a beautiful, glistening rose, and her pupils had an extraordinary splendor. She couldn't help but cry out softly. Song Ji belonged to a subsidiary branch of the Song family and was not related to her father by blood, but she still respected him a lot in the past and had treated him as her elder. However, after this incident, she had finally seen this person's true colors. Song Ji's vicious scheme made use of her relationship with Qin Lai and achieved the transaction with Horn Demon Race. Not only did he obtain 3 profound E9-leaf lotuses, he even helped Mo He and Chang Chi destroy the evil nether passageway. Hiding all of this from her, using her and the Terminator profound bombs that she had acquired, they were all Song Ji's suggestions. When she quietly went to Herb Mountain with Xie Jingxian on this trip, it was Song Ji once again who discovered the clues, stealthily followed them, and waited for an opportunity to take action. Song Tingyu harbored a belly full of rage towards Song Ji. She felt that his despicable nature was the reason why Profound Heaven Alliance became enemies with Qin Lai, leading to the predicament they were currently in. As a result, she secretly felt satisfaction when watching Qin Lai resemble a heavenly soldier, condensing a giant thunder lightning ball and killing Song Ji. She couldn't be happy for long, however, since she saw a ferocious light in Qin Lai's eyes when he turned to look at her father, Song Yu. Song Tingyu immediately became nervous. Qin Lai. Seeing that Qin Lai wanted to attack Song Yu, Song Tingyu shouted in a delicate voice, unable to restrain her anxiety. Qin Lai floated in the air above Herb Mountain, strands of lightning trailing beside him. After hearing her delicate shout, he couldn't help but look at her from a distance. Qin Lai was currently able to borrow the python's frenzied lightning energy at will. He felt like he had an endless amount of energy at his disposal, which gave birth to an unparalleled aura. He felt like he could fight and unleash his energy as much as he wanted. Fine strands of lighting twisted within his pupils, and thunder rumbled with his every movement. If he hadn't seen Song Tingyu looking at him, he would have instantly launched attacks with the intent to kill at Song Yu. From Qin Lai's perspective, Song Tingyu spoke hesitantly, an awkward expression on her face. Qin Lai. Song Ji deserved to die 10,000 times for his crimes. But my father. He was only bewitched by Song Ji. He is still my father after all. Qin Lai frowned in hesitation, then nodded his head and said, "All right, I won't do anything to your father. He said that he wouldn't do anything, but he didn't say that he wouldn't let others do anything. Song Tingyu could hear the difference from his answer. Her heart filled with sadness. Qinlai didn't say much, and after abandoning this conversation, he suddenly turned to stare at Mo He. When this gold-robed envoy of 8 extreme temple was at the poisonous bog, he had always been glaring at Qinlai like a tiger examining its prey. He had wanted to kill Qinlai, strip him of his memory, and seize his spatial spirit artifact. From Qinlai's perspective, since Mo He was the one that also destroyed the evil nether passageway, he definitely needed to die. Mo He! Qinlai shouted fiercely, draped in thunder and lightning. He condensed the thunder and lightning into a giant rainbow dragon, advancing toward Mo He in a sudden attack. A woo! Mang Wang, whose body had shrunk to 1/100th of its original size, also took advantage of the roaring of thunder. Amidst the clamor, thousands of volatile lightning bolts fell from the sky. The bodies of Mang Wang and Qinlai became one, solidifying into a giant ray of thunder and lightning. At the same time, thunder and lightning struck from the depths of the clouds once more, and Mo He no longer had any way to retreat. Mo He, who had been working with Li Yi and Chang Qi to deal with the giant golden ape, held a long spear that shimmered with yellow rays of light. His body surged with undulating holy force. As soon as Qinlai made him his target, Mo He became furious. Kid, do you really think that you can do whatever you want by borrowing a bit of external force? Mo He grunted coldly. He turned and struck out with an explosive punch. Bang! A dull rumble echoed throughout the sky. Mo He's punch seemed to release a flowing river that ferociously advanced. Then, yellow spirit energy shined and solidified it into a flowing river that actually existed. The river flowed through the air, releasing a majestic, surging aura. It seemed as though it wanted to break through all obstacles. Holy heavenly river! Mo He turned and clenched his fist. The yellow spirit energy within it seemed endless and constantly rushed into the river. The flowing river, which was made solid by pure spirit energy, powerfully rushed through the air toward Qinlai. Its aura was extremely astonishing. When that river flooded over, another wave of vigorous, mighty soul aura flooded over as well. Qinlai felt incomparably insignificant in that aura. Under the pressure of the flowing river, he felt like a pebble or a leaf that would be swallowed up. He felt like he would instantly vanish, completely losing himself. This was a high-level martial practitioner's mind suppression toward a low-level martial practitioner, caused by the huge disparity between their realms. Against a soul attack, you need to fight against the pressure on your soul with your own tenacity and willpower. As for the physical pressure, I can help you deal with it. Mang Wang's soft shouting echoed within Qinlai's mind, telling him how to fight against high-level martial practitioners. Qinlai immediately stopped. His pupils emitting holy light, he looked resolutely at the yellow river rushing over, feeling the concept held within it. The boulder stands motionless and resolute regardless of the river's pressure. Condensing his power, Qinlai's body instantly became a thick cube of ice. It was as if he had transformed into a boulder that had been sitting firmly beside the sea for millions of years. No matter how turbulent the waves were, or how much it needed to endure them, the boulder remained motionless. As if rooting himself in empty space, Qinlai firmly fixed himself in the sky. His body generated a solid, steady aura. As this aura grew, Mo He's soul suppression soon seemed to lose its effect. Good. As long as your will is strong enough, even if it were a tornado or a tsunami, I will not fall. Mang Wang praised. Boom! An enormous surge of unrivaled thunder and lightning energy quickly emerged from Mang Wang's body, immediately permeating all of Qinlai. His body, which had partial completion of heavenly thunder sacred body, blossomed with blinding brilliance at that moment. Arcs of lightning as thick as one's arm madly rushed out of his sleeves, nose, eyes, and all the pores on his body. Thousands of bolts of frenzied lightning were instantly formed. Qinlai directly controlled the thunder and lightning energy that didn't belong to him. Qinlai used his soul consciousness to control the 1,000 wild thunder snakes, condensing his body into a river that cut across the sky, surprisingly charging head first into the yellow river that he had released. The two rivers of light ferociously clashed in midair, bursting into bright flames. Dazzling rays of light filled the dull gray sky and created a radiance more magnificent than the scorching sun. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the sky. ZZZT. The place in which the two rivers intersected was the most dazzling area of all. A blindingly bright figure, accompanied by the sound of thunder and lightning, suddenly accelerated. It rushed headlong toward Mohi's chest. To the side, all of the yellow rays of light exploded, turning into splashes of starlight one after another. At this moment, the punch in which Mohi had solidified his spirit energy clearly fell apart. Astonishment appeared on his face as he subconsciously condensed his energy to form a protective cover of light. Thunder Soul Lock. Mang Wangs looked at Mohi coldly. Two faint rays of electric light shot out from the python's eyes. The electric light died away in the blink of an eye. Two giant thunder pythons suddenly appeared out of nowhere within Mohi's mind. They writhed inside of it, taking the shape of a soul-destroying power. Thunder, flames, and countless rays of lightning burned inside of Mohi's mind, overwhelming his willpower and shattering his resolve. This was also the soul suppression of a high-level spirit against a low-level existence. The only difference was, the intentions of Mang Wang could be immediately solidified into a giant thunder python, directly reaching Mohi's mind and ruthlessly destroying his soul. Warg! Currents of electricity flowed out from Mohi's 7 orifices. He hugged his head and started to shriek, his vision gradually blurring. Grayish-black smoke escaped from the pores of Mohi's body as if he had been bombarded by thunder and lightning from within. His entire body spasmed and trembled as it gradually took the appearance of a burnt corpse. Mohi died a tragic death. Amidst the rays of thunder and lightning that filled the sky, the light on Qin Lai's body began to dim. He turned to look at Nye Han. Nye Han and the Nye family clansmen staunchly protected Nye family's patriarch Nye Yun. When Nye Yun had previously attacked Qin Lai, he was assaulted by Mang Wang's countless rays of lightning, and he had not yet recovered from his grievous injury. Seeing that Qin Lai had suddenly looked at him, Nye Han outwardly pretended to be strong. Qin Lai, you colluded with the evil races and massacred the martial practitioners of the Scarlet Tide continent. Everyone here will treat you as a traitor and kill you. You won't be happy for long. Is that so? Qin Lai looked at him with a cynical expression and then looked at Nye Yuan beside Nye Han. I'm not really sure how long I'll be happy, but I'm afraid you won't be there to see it. Qin Lai enthusiastically took action. At this moment, the giant spider suddenly shoved everything on its path out of the way on the way over. It waved each of its enormous spider claws like shining daggers, slicing through the crowd of Nye family clansmen. With each swing of the spider's legs, the heads, limbs, flesh, and blood of the Nye family clansmen went flying in every direction underneath Qin Lai. Even Nye Han was pierced through the chest by one of the giant spider's legs, as if his high-grade jeweled armor and protective rays of light didn't have the slightest bit of defensive power. Nye Han had been penetrated through the heart, nailed to the floor by the spider's claw. Both of his eyes bulged, and he brutally died in an instant. Qin Lai, I'll fight you. Nye Yuan grabbed onto a blue shield full of decorative designs. Blue rays of energy converged onto the shield as if preparing to display a secret skill. You can now die as well. Qin Lai shook his head. Transparent threads of silk, each as thick as a finger, sprayed out from the giant spider's mouth and quickly stuck onto Nye Yuan's body. Once the transparent threads of silk were pulled back in, Nye Yuan's body spun in a loop and was pulled into the spider's mouth. Soon enough, the corner of the giant spider's hairy mouth overflowed with traces of scarlet blood. Go! Leave this place. 8 Extreme Temple's Holy Master Li Yi whistled as he watched the vicious, rampaging beasts. He knew that he wasn't able to oppose them. Changing into a bright, prismatic ray, the giant golden chariot rapidly flew from its position at the foot of Herb Mountain and landed beside him. Li Yi no longer cared about tangling with the vicious beasts. He fled, landing on the giant golden chariot. With a whistle, he rushed in the direction of sky-piercing mountain. Watching his troops suffer heavy losses, Joyful Union Sect's vice sect master Zhao Changxing also understood that it would be a mistake to stay any longer. He boarded the crystalline war chariot with his son, Zhao Xian, and some of his trusted allies, hurrying to escape. Song Yu and Xia Yaoyang of Profound Heaven Alliance had already noticed that the Nie family had practically been massacred to the last man. All of them cried loudly while dying miserable deaths to the horde of vicious beasts, causing every member of Profound Heaven Alliance to flee randomly. Roar! The python body of Mang Wang flew out from Qin Lai's body. He shook his body and rapidly swelled back up again. Within a short period of time, Mang Wang's body became 100 meters long once more. With lightning and thunder condensed on his entire body, he exhibited his vast, terrifying energy in midair. Awoo! Oh! Tremendous, earth-shaking howls came from the mouths of the vicious beasts from ancient times. The horde of beasts responded Mang Wang's howl, splitting up and chasing the martial practitioners of Profound Heaven Alliance, 8 Extreme Temple, and Joyful Union Sect to eliminate them. Qin Lai landed on the peak of Herb Mountain. Although Herb Mountain was always shaking and swaying, neither the martial practitioners of the 3 great forces nor the horde of vicious beasts could really destroy it. Herb Mountain was left unscathed from beginning to end. The 3 great forces still had their hearts set on the spatial teleportation formation. Qin Lai also warned Mang Wang repeatedly to keep his clansmen from destroying Herb Mountain. Therefore, after the 3 great forces were defeated and escaped from Herb Mountain, they also hadn't damaged the plant life. Split up, chase and kill. Under the Mang Wang watch, Qin Lai furrowed his brow and pointed in the direction that the 3 great forces had escaped toward. Mang Wang angrily hissed once more. From Herb Mountain, the vicious beasts chased and attacked every direction. When they twisted and turned their enormous bodies, a dull noise like an intense drumming echoed from the earth and pounded on everyone's hearts. Qin Lai, 2 silhouettes still had yet to leave the peak of Herb Mountain. After he landed, they walked over with complicated expressions. It was Song Tingyu and Xie Jingxian. Floating high in the sky above Herb Mountain, Mang Wang resembled a heavenly dragon of lightning and thunder as he twisted his body, intimidating all in this area. Qin Lai stood atop the mountain. Seeing that Song Tingyu and Xie Jingxian hadn't left with the others, he sighed secretly. I originally didn't want to do this. Under the gaze of 2 girls, Qin Lai walked beside a fragment of a giant boulder with his back to them. From the high ground, he looked to the vicious beasts that attacked in all directions. Since I was capable of awakening the vicious beasts that had slept for so long, I was also aware of the fact that, once they woke up, a big change would occur on the Scarlet Tide continent. I repeatedly kept myself from taking this step, but ultimately we still reached it. Both Song Tingyu and Xie Jingxian watched Qin Lai's back. Their expressions were somewhat sad. I know that you are not entirely at fault for this. Song Tingyu walked over, next to Qin Lai, and firmly stood beside him, shoulder to shoulder. She and Qin Lai watched the martial practitioners of the 3 great forces escape the foot of the mountain in defeat. She softly asked, Do you not intend to stop? Qin Lai, the spatial teleportation formation is in the belly of Herb Mountain. The martial practitioners of the 3 great forces have been chased away, and you've already achieved your goal. Don't tell me that you still want to continue with this, Xie Jingxian said in a cold voice, coming over as well. A gentle, luxurious purple ring suddenly appeared behind the 3. A beautiful woman slowly walked out from within the calm, purple light. If we hadn't escaped Flame Volcano with the help of the spatial spirit artifact, how would Profound Heaven Alliance have dealt with us after the nether demonic energy had completely dispersed? Ling Yushi wore a purple shirt, her appearance natural and graceful. It was not easy for her to restrain the corner of her beautiful mouth. She was getting close to a slight smile. Seeing her appear, regardless of whether it was Song Tingyu or Xie Jingxian, their expressions became a bit unnatural. Both of them wanted to use their friendly relationship with Qin Lai to persuade him to stop here. They hoped that they could plead for some breathing room for Profound Heaven Alliance, trying to find a way out for their families. Once Ling Yushi came over, they both started to feel uncomfortable. They subconsciously distanced themselves from Qin Lai, as if to show their innocence. Their subtle movements didn't escape the purple eyes of Ling Yushi. After pursing her lips, she said, "Regardless of how sincere you were, I will first thank you for willingly helping us find spatial spirit stones." Of course. Song Tingyu quickly became calm. "I feel like Miss Ling changes a bit every time I see her, becoming more beautiful, mysterious, and unfathomable." "Thanks for the compliment, Miss Song." Ling Yushi laughed reservedly, then looked at Qin Lai. She knitted her black eyebrows. "Qin Lai, what do you plan to do next regarding Profound Heaven Alliance, Aid Extreme Temple, and Joyful Union Sect?" When she asked this, both Song Tingyu and Xianxia became nervous and also looked toward Qin Lai with worry. Having clearly seen the events up to this point, both of them understood that Qin Lai had total control over the ferocious beasts that had suddenly appeared. The entire horde of ferocious beasts listened to Qin Lai's commands. As for Profound Heaven Alliance, Aid Extreme Temple, and Joyful Union Sect, even if they worked together, the three great forces still wouldn't be a match for the horde of beasts. Besides, wasn't the Horned Demon race still around? If this battle continued, the ones to suffer defeat, and even annihilation, would definitely be the three great forces. There was no doubt about that. Yet Song Tingyu and Xianxia were both from Profound Heaven Alliance. Profound Heaven Alliance was their home. Their fathers, relatives, friends, and attendants were all in Profound Heaven Alliance. If Profound Heaven Alliance were completely exterminated, how would they live with themselves? This was why they remained, hoping that, through their greatest efforts, Qin Lai would open up and be magnanimous in the midst of this battle. Song Yu and Xia Yaoyang clearly understood the situation as well. That's why they didn't bring them along when they left. Through the relationships their daughters had with Qin Lai, the two of them still harbored the thought of begging Qin Lai for peace. If the Horned Demon race doesn't leave, if these beasts stay in the Scarlet Tide continent, would there still come a day for Profound Heaven Alliance and Aid Extreme Temple to get out of this predicament? Qin Lai suddenly said without explanation. "No. If the Horned Demon race and the horde of beasts are still here, Profound Heaven Alliance and Aid Extreme Temple will be completely annihilated." Song Tingyu couldn't help but say honestly. She could see the situation clearly in just one look. If that's really the case, Profound Heaven Alliance and Aid Extreme Temple must do everything they can and flee as far from the Scarlet Tide continent as possible, as quickly as possible. Without any mishaps, Profound Heaven City will be destroyed, and Sky-Piercing Mountain will also collapse. Qin Lai said with a gloomy expression. "I have already commanded those beasts to refrain from touching the Limestone rank and Black Iron rank forces. They will only chase and kill the powerhouses from Profound Heaven Alliance, Aid Extreme Temple, and Joyful Union Sect. The range of their deadly pursuit is only limited to the Scarlet Tide continent. If your parents' generation can escape the Scarlet Tide continent before being chased down and killed, then they will be safe and sound. You still want to attack?" Xie Jingshuan's expression became cold. "The chasing and killing is only limited to the Scarlet Tide continent. They can escape with their lives if they are capable." Qin Lai nodded his head and said coldly, "If they can avoid this calamity, they can still return to rebuild Profound Heaven City in the future." Song Tingyu's beautiful eyes brightened. "You're saying that the Horned Demon race and the giant beasts are still going to leave? All of them will leave, as will I." Qin Lai narrowed his eyes and shouted, "However, they will be forbidden from taking a single step in this continent while we are here. Thank you, Qin Lai. I will tell my father to take the Song family clansmen and quickly escape from the Scarlet Tide continent. I will tell him that they absolutely must not return to the Scarlet Tide continent before you leave." Song Tingyu's expression became happy, and she hastily took out a spirit stone in front of Qin Lai and conveyed those words. Xie Jingxian was not foolish and hastily did this as well. "I hope they will be lucky enough to leave the Scarlet Tide continent alive." Qin Lai smiled coldly. He had already told Mang Wang that, from now on, The ferocious beasts of the giant spirit race would chase after and kill the martial practitioners of the three great forces in the Scarlet Tide continent. He wasn't sure how many of these people would be torn and bitten to death, but he did know that many would definitely suffer. From his perspective, this was the price that Profound Heaven Alliance had to pay. In the northern sky of the Scarlet Tide continent, a crimson tent was floating like a ball of bright red flames. This tent was called a flowing gold firecloud tent. It was a flying spirit artifact similar to the giant golden chariot of 8 Extreme Temple and the crystalline war chariot of Joyful Union Sect. Profound Heaven Alliance bought this Earth Grade 3 artifact from overseas, and it could carry objects and people through the sky. For Great Copper rank forces like Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple, they naturally needed a flying spirit artifact to maintain appearances. Flying spirit artifacts were a symbol of identity and status for the great forces. Generally speaking, the more formidable a force was, the more flying spirit artifacts there would be. Higher grade flying spirit artifacts would be faster and be able to carry more personnel. This would be a tremendous help regarding the dispatch of martial practitioners. However, since such spirit artifacts are expensive, normal, smaller forces were often unable to afford them. Even Profound Heaven Alliance, 8 Extreme Temple, and Joyful Union Sect did not have enough financial power to buy numerous flying spirit artifacts. Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple only had one flying spirit artifact each. Joyful Union Sect was slightly better off, having 2 crystalline war chariots. Apart from Vice Sect Master Zhao Chongqing's crystalline war chariot, Sect Master Wan Zhantian had another one that was even bigger and more complicated in structure. Zhao Chongqing's vehicle was an Earth Grade 3 artifact, but Wan Zhantian's was Earth Grade 5. At this moment, the Earth Grade 5 flying spirit artifact of Joyful Union Sect appeared near the flowing gold firecloud tent. A crystalline war chariot, the entirety of which was made with blue crystals, rumbled through the thick layer of clouds. It was 40 meters long and 10 meters wide. Symbols of flying fish flowed within each crystal as if they were swimming cheerfully, sparkling with blue light that dazzled the eye. A majestic aura surged out from within the crystalline war chariot. At first glance, it was as though the chariot were a blue navy vessel at sea, braving the winds and the waves. Atop the blue crystalline war chariot, a silver-haired man who was wearing a robe stood tall, resembling a mountain with his imposing physique. His eyes glistened with light as he looked at the flowing gold firecloud tent in surprise. He raised his voice and shouted, "Is that Alliance Chief Song of Profound Heaven Alliance?" Inside of the crimson tent, Song Yu, Song Siyuan, Xie Yaoyang, and Xie Zhizhang sat in a line together and hung their heads in despair, groaning and sighing. Upon hearing the voice from outside, their expressions went stiff, and they couldn't help but stick their heads out of the tent. A blue crystalline war chariot. It's Wan Zhantian. Wan Zhantian is actually here in person. Song Yu and Xie Yaoyang couldn't tell at first glance, but their spirits soon returned. It was up to Song Yu to emerge and shout, "Are you Brother Wan from Joyful Union Sect?" "Brother Song, have you seen my sect's Sect Master Zhao?" The silver-haired, white-robed Wan Zhantian screamed. Brother Wan came at the right time. Song Yu's expression was full of excitement, and he nodded his head at Song Siyuan. The flowing gold firecloud tent sped up and drew close to the blue crystalline war chariot. Once both flying spirit artifacts were close enough, Song Yu landed on the chariot. For Song Yu, seeing the distant aura of each Joyful Union Sect martial practitioner on the war chariot was like seeing hope. He said, "A huge amount of ferocious beasts suddenly rushed out from the Arctic mountain range as if they had gone insane, watching us, chasing us, and killing us. Brother Wan, you came at the right time. If you invite the powerhouses from the surrounding continents and bring them to the Scarlet Tide continent to kill the beasts, we will be able to obtain a lot of unimaginably precious spirit materials on this trip." "I came precisely for this matter," Wan Zhantian said with a serious face. "That's wonderful. I also ask that Brother Wan relay the great changes that have occurred in the Scarlet Tide continent to the surrounding continents, and invite powerhouses to come annihilate those vicious beasts together." Song Yu became excited. Brother Song might be mistaken. Ruan Zhantian shook his head with a serious face and said, I came to resolve this calamity. I was specifically ordered by superiors to meet Qin Lai. Meet Qin Lai? Ordered by superiors. Song Yu went blank. The expressions of Xie Yaoyang and the Xie family clansmen changed in a shocking manner as well, and they started to softly sigh one after another. Is it possible for you to contact Qin Lai and tell him there's a person called Li Mu who entrusted me with meeting him and resolving the dispute on the Scarlet Tide continent? Ruan Zhantian's expression was serious. Li Mu. Song Yu was even more shocked. You know him? Ruan Zhantian was also surprised. This person once moved about the Scarlet Tide continent for a time. His relationship with Qin Lai is not shallow, but he mysteriously disappeared afterward. Song Yu had people carefully investigate Qin Lai in the past, so he naturally knew of Li Mu's existence. After explaining it simply, he asked out of curiosity, Brother Ruan, this Li Mu? Who is he? How did he manage to ask this of you? Command, not ask. Ruan Zhantian's face was full of agony. He explained, he is a superior. The expressions of Song Yu, Xie Yaoyang, and everyone else changed. What is his identity as a superior? Xie Yaoyang asked cautiously after muttering to himself for a while. I'm not sure about his specific identity, but I think that he wields a heavenly sword. Ruan Zhantian exclaimed softly. Once these words came out, Song Yu, Xie Yaoyang, and everyone else gasped cold air. Each of them started to feel deep respect. I will try having my daughter contact Qin Lai. Aware that this matter was important, Xie Yaoyang took the initiative to express himself. As they were talking, a huge mountain stood out in the distant wilderness. A giant ape that shimmered with gold from head to toe suddenly went into a frenzy and approached like a golden mountain. Faster! Ruan Zhantian urged. Xie Yaoyang hurriedly took out a hexagonal crystal. His pupils flashed, and an emerald green beam of light shot out from between his eyebrows. The beam of light went directly inside the crystal. At the same time, on Herb Mountain, a soft jingle reminiscent of a spring suddenly resounded from a luxurious jade bracelet on Xie Jingshuan's moonlit wrist. A puzzled expression appeared on Xie Jingshuan's elegant, charming face. She said to herself softly, I've already clearly told them to be faster in leaving the Scarlet Tide continent. What do they still want to talk about at this time? She used her other hand to softly press on the jade bracelet while muttering. A distinct surge of consciousness passed through her like a wave, transmitted from the jade bracelet to her mind. You are with Qin Lai, right? Tell him that Joyful Union sect master Ruan Zhantian personally came from overseas. Say that he was entrusted by Li Mu, and he wants to speak to him immediately. The impatient voice of Xie Yaoyang echoed in her mind. Make that bastard stop those ferocious beasts for now. We want to properly talk with him. Xie Jingxian went blank. At this time, Qin Lai, Ling Yusher, and Song Tingyu were standing at the peak of Herb Mountain, discussing the topic of separation. Xie Jingxian was silent for a while and suddenly said with a strange expression, Qin Lai, Ruan Zhantian, the sect master of Joyful Union sect, came in person. He says that he has been entrusted by Li Mu to see you. He wants you to suspend the pursuit of the three great forces. Uncle Li. Qin Lai appeared shocked. What's happening? Ling Yusher asked in concern. The bloody shadow of Xueli, which had wandered around outside Herb Mountain, returned at this time. Seeing that Qin Lai's expression looked strange, Xueli couldn't help but ask in a surprised manner, Kid, this is the time to be in high, vigorous spirits. Why are you suddenly dumbfounded? Qin Lai furrowed his brow, muttered to himself for a while, then suddenly told Mang Wang hurriedly, Tell your clansmen to temporarily suspend the chasing and killing of the three great forces martial practitioners. Make them behave for a while. Mang Wang was floating in mid-air, his serpentine eyes also full of confusion. Just do as I say, Qin Lai said impatiently. As a result, Mang Wang didn't say anything, faced the sky, and roared. His roar rumbled like rolling thunder, resounding in every part of the Scarlet Tide continent. The ferocious beasts that were moving in every forest and plain in the Scarlet Tide continent heard his roaring voice and stopped unwillingly. The giant ape that was attacking toward the crystalline war chariot and crimson tent, about to ruthlessly tear and bite, heard this roaring sound and also suddenly stopped. He looked behind him suspiciously, appearing puzzled over why Mang Wang had given the order to stop. On the crystalline war chariot, Ruan Zhantian saw that the giant golden ape didn't continue to rush over. He secretly sighed in relief and smiled in embarrassment. It seems that Li Mu's name is still really useful. What are we going to do next? Song Yu smiled bitterly. You communicate with Li Yi of 8 Extreme Temple, and I'll have someone contact Chongqing. We will go meet Qin Lai together, Ruan Zhantian ordered. All right, on top of Herb Mountain. Qin Lai furrowed his eyebrows as he watched the horned demon clansmen gather at the foot of the mountain one after another. He also watched the Ling family clansmen enter Ling Town. They seemed to be fondly recalling the past. That Li Mu. Has he had such a large influence on you? The beautiful eyes of Song Tingyu overflowed with disbelief. She asked curiously, You respect him this much? There wouldn't be a Qin Lai without Uncle Li, Qin Lai said faintly. That time at Ice Stone City, under the covetous glare of Yuan Tianya and the experts of Dark Azura Hall, it was Li Mu who helped you escape easily. Xia Jingxian recalled the events of the past and was secretly amazed. After that event, we all investigated Li Mu because we wanted to know the origin and identity of this person. Unfortunately, we ended up empty-handed and never discovered any other traces of Li Mu. This Li Mu. Who is he exactly? I also don't know, Qin Lai said honestly. He always knew that Li Mu came from mysterious origins. From how Li Mu gave him the method to forge the Terminator profound bombs, he could vaguely guess just how extraordinary Li Mu was. The Terminator profound bomb was the exclusive secret of Forefather Terminator from the Heavenly Silence continent. According to Xue Li, Forefather Terminator was an impressive, well-known figure in the Heavenly Silence continent. In the 5 continents of the Land of Chaos, he could be ranked as one of the strongest experts. Li Mu actually had the exclusive secret of this kind of expert, which was sufficient to prove that Li Mu could not be underestimated. For Li Mu to actually entrust Joyful Union sect Ruan Zhantian to come in person, having Ruan Zhantian find Qin Lai and talk to him. This also proved that Li Mu's identity was definitely revered. You really have amazing luck. You actually got to know such a noble senior. Song Tingyu sighed with emotion. I hope that Li Mu can resolve this calamity in the Scarlet Tide continent, Xia Jingxian said faintly. In the southern part of the Scarlet Tide continent, Li Yi of 8 Extreme Temple sat upright on the giant golden chariot, rushing toward Sky-Piercing Mountain as quickly as possible. At this moment, he also received word that Ruan Zhantian, the sect master of Joyful Union sect, wanted him to return to Herb Mountain to discuss important matters. Li Yi did not want to turn back, but Ruan Zhantian mentioned that he was following the orders from his superiors. As a result, Li Yi complied immediately and obediently turned the giant chariot around. At the peak of Herb Mountain, Qin Lai waited quietly with a heavy expression as the vicious beasts gradually returned after receiving Mang Wang's orders. They quietly lay beneath the mountain, no longer roaring crazily like before. They seemed to be awaiting Mang Wang's next order. Mang Wang, the leader of the giant spirit race, had turned into a 2-meter-long silver electric snake once more, quietly floating beside Qin Lai. The Ling family clansmen were gathered at Ling Town, and the horned demon clansmen were scattered around Herb Mountain and surrounded the ferocious beasts. Some time later, Ku Luo, Ku Lu, Ka Meng, and Duo Luo, the 4 great elites of the horned demon race, rode their spirit-hunting beasts over and landed on Herb Mountain with strange expressions on their faces. Qin Lai, did you order the vicious beasts to stop attacking? Ku Luo frowned and asked. He had been leading the horned demon clansmen, chasing the group of Joyful Union sects Zhao Chongqing. In the middle of doing so, he suddenly realized that the beasts had stopped attacking. Ku Luo's realm was impeccable, and his knowledge of the soul was extremely profound. He was able to directly communicate with the ferocious beasts. Only after a bit of questioning did they realize that Qin Lai had asked Mang Wang to stop the giant spirit clansmen from further pursuing the martial practitioners of the three forces. Without the assistance of the enormous beasts, this horned demon clan didn't dare to engage the three forces in an actual, bloody battle by themselves. Therefore, they also stopped their pursuit. They returned in confusion, thinking to ask Qin Lai about the situation and his perspective on this. I am the one who told them to stop hunting. Qin Lai did not conceal anything. Something happened and I need to get to the bottom of it. Please wait here for the meantime. What happened? Kulu was shocked. We'll speak later. Qin Lai frowned. All right, we'll wait. Seeing that he wasn't willing to reveal anything else, Kuluo did not pressure Qin Lai and instead issued orders to his clansmen. He was well aware that, without Qin Lai's assistance, their horned demon clan would have been completely slaughtered by the three great forces, and that none of them would have lived to enter the nether continent. They now recognized Qin Lai's strength, and held his words in high regard as a result. The horned demon clansmen reconvened around Herb Mountain once the spirit-hunting beasts had descended. Time slowly passed. 8 Extreme Temple's huge golden chariot was the first to break through the clouds, suspended motionless above Herb Mountain. Holy Master Li Yi, gold-robed envoy Chang Qi, green-robed envoy Zhan Tianyi, and others from 8 Extreme Temple were standing in the giant chariot. They stared at Qin Lai with hate. Qin Lai snorted coldly. Mo, he was killed by your hand, so 8 Extreme Temple will not let this matter go. This group of beasts may be powerful, but they are not invincible. Gold-robed envoy Chang Qi's tone was calm. The Copper Rank forces on the Scarlet Tide Continent, Heavenly Fate Continent, and Flowing Cloud Continent are all ruled by a single force. Now that our superiors have given their orders, we'd really like to see if these beasts will become our spirit materials upon the arrival of elites from our higher rank forces. Mang Wang let out a low roar. The expression of gold-robed envoy Chang Qi changed slightly when he heard Mang Wang's roar. Qin Lai looked at Chang Qi before shaking his head in disdain, saying, "If someone had not begged for your lives, none of you would be able to even think of leaving the Scarlet Tide continent alive." Chang Qi's expression became cold as he angrily said, "Who do you think you are, brat? Without this group of beasts or the protection of horned demon elites, a mere manifestation realm martial practitioner like you would not even be considered an ant to me. If I were your age, you would probably be nothing more than bugs I could easily squash underneath my feet." Qin Lai grinned coldly. "You only have a couple 100 years of cultivation on me." Wearing a dark expression, Chang Qi was about to continue speaking when he realized that a crystalline chariot had suddenly arrived. It stopped right beside the giant golden chariot. Joyful Union Sect's vice sect master Zhao Changsheng and the remaining revered ones showed up with pitiful appearances. Their grim faces glanced at Qin Lai, then at Ku Luo at the others, and said nothing. They had just been frantically escaping from the giant beasts and the horned demon race. If the crystalline war chariot hadn't been lightning fast, they probably would have suffered huge losses. Joyful Union Sect was truly scared now. A little more time had passed by the time Profound Heaven Alliance's Crimson Tent arrived alongside a blue, crystalline chariot. Ruan Zhantian, with his silver hair, stalwart body, and white garb, appeared in front of the chariot. The moment he appeared, Zhao Changsheng and the rest of the Joyful Union Sect martial practitioners yelled respectfully, "Greetings, Sect Master." Ruan Zhantian nodded and strolled through the air to arrive at Herb Mountain's peak. He landed beside Qin Lai. At this moment, the Crimson Tent of Profound Heaven Alliance, 2 crystalline chariots, and a giant golden chariot were floating above Herb Mountain. The most powerful elites of the 3 forces all fell silent as they stared quietly from below. They were staring at Ruan Zhantian. Mang Wang suddenly coiled around Qin Lai, loop after loop like a rope of lightning. The overwhelming power of lightning instantly filled Qin Lai's entire body, granting him a huge amount of confidence. The horned demon elites, Ku Luo, Ku Lu, Ka Meng, and Duo Luo, were suspicious that Ruan Zhantian might suddenly attack Qin Lai, and all of them also surrounded him. They sensed a terrifying aura from Ruan Zhantian. The aura made Ku Luo to feel as if he was facing his mortal enemy. This man is in the late stage of the fragmentation realm, with 1 foot already in the nirvana realm. He's probably the most powerful martial practitioner in the surrounding continents. Shueli turned into a bloody wisp and sat on Qin Lai's shoulder. After Ruan Zhantian landed, he immediately spoke up and warned Qin Lai. "Are you Qin Lai?" Ruan Zhantian was 10 meters away from Qin Lai, and he noticed that Mang Wang, Ku Luo, and the others were all protective of him. Therefore, he did not take another step and smiled calmly, saying, "I am here at the behest of Heavenly Sword Mountain's Li Mu. He asked me to meet with you immediately." A silver token suddenly appeared in Ruan Zhantian's hand as he spoke. The token was triangular in shape. The front of the token was inscribed with a mountain range covered in blades, whereas the back of the token was inscribed with the words, Heavenly Sword Mountain. Ruan Zhantian turned the token around multiple times so that Qin Lai could see both sides clearly. "Heavenly Sword Mountain," Shueli suddenly exclaimed. "You know of Heavenly Sword Mountain?" Qin Lai did not look at Ruan Zhantian, but at Shueli on his shoulder instead. "Toss the token over," Shueli exclaimed, frowning at Ruan Zhantian. Ruan Zhantian smiled calmly and tossed the token in his hand over without the slightest hesitation. Ku Luo and the others were prepared for danger. "It's fine," Shueli said indifferently. He opened his mouth and spat out a bloody light that wrapped around the silvery white token. The wisp of sanguine threads wrapped around the silvery white token like blood. The mountain range covered in blades on the token was drenched with a blood-red color. ZZZT ZZT ZZZT. Suddenly, sword auras of unparalleled sharpness emanated from the depicted mountain range. It was as if the blades on it glowed with light. Shueli's blood, which was on the token, was cut to shreds by the sword beams. It turned into a bloody mist and faded away. "There's no mistake. This is a token of Heavenly Sword Mountain." Shueli nodded, and the silver token turned into a sword beam once more, returning to Ruan Zhantian's hand. Heavenly Sword Mountain is a silver force on the Heavenly Wither continent. The Scarlet Tide continent, Flowing continent, Heavenly Fate continent, and the surrounding tens of thousands of miles are all under Heavenly Sword Mountain's control. Profound Heaven Alliance, 8 Extreme Temple, and Joyful Union Sect are vassal forces of the Heavenly Wither continent. It was only then that Shueli explained to Qin Lai, coincidentally, Heavenly Wither continent is one of the 5 great continents of the Land of Chaos. Heavenly Sword Mountain is one of the 2 silver rank forces in Heavenly Wither continent. "Senior, you know of Heavenly Sword Mountain?" Ruan Zhantian's expression turned into one of caution. "I know it, but I am not too familiar with it. Heavenly Sword Mountain is a force that was formed during the most recent millennium. I have no connections with them," Shueli said indifferently. Ruan Zhantian let out an obvious sigh of relief. "You claim that Uncle Li is looking for me?" Qin Lai exclaimed heavily. Ruan Zhantian nodded with a smile. With one hand gripping the token, a dark green soul light flowed from his eyebrows and entered the token. The token began to float above his hand. Under the gaze of the crowd, bolts of harsh sword beams shot from the front of the triangular token, from the picture of the mountain range filled with blades. The unfathomably sharp sword beams seemed as though they could cut through bodies and souls of everyone present. Even Mang Wang's eyes became grim, obviously feeling kind of anxious. Like Ku Luo, the rest of the Horned Demon elites were on edge as they watched the sword beam slowly condense into something. Tiny sword beams of gold, silver, white, blue, and all sorts of other colors, resembling starfire or phosphorus light, began to slowly gather together into Li Mu's appearance. This was the projection of the soul in midair. Above the token, Li Mu seemed to be deep within ephemeral clouds as he held a flagon in one hand. He was accompanied by the Ice Stone Snow Wolf King, which was crouching beside him. He seemed to be speaking with someone on an island. As if suddenly detecting activity in the area, specifically the transmission of the token, he turned his attention toward them. His eyes instantly focused onto Qin Lai, and he chuckled. "Kid, you've created quite a stir over there, haven't you? So, Have you awakened all of the vicious beasts beneath the Arctic mountain range? Uncle Li, Qin Lai exclaimed softly but with excitement. Haha! I knew that something big must have happened over there from the moment that the frost barrier broke. So I promptly asked Wan Zhantian to rush over immediately. Li Mu smiled coldly. Uncle Li, I had no choice but to break the seal on the giant spirit race. Otherwise, I would have been destroyed by Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple without even a trace of my bones remaining. Qin Lai hurriedly explained. Don't worry. I gave you the Eye of Frost because I was going to ask for your help to break their seal from the very beginning. Li Mu said without a care in the world, smiling cheerfully. You did very well. I hadn't expected their seal to be broken so quickly. Ha! I once promised someone that I would one day unseal the ferocious beasts of the giant spirit race. I gave you the Eye of Frost in the hopes that you would someday accomplish this for me. You did not betray my expectations, so there is no need for you to look so anxious. The moment he said that, Qin Lai immediately felt at ease and inwardly let out a sigh of relief. All this time, Qin Lai had been scared that he had betrayed Li Mu's trust and that what he'd done would put Li Mu into a difficult position. Now that Li Mu personally admitted that everything Qin Lai had done was within his expectations, Qin Lai immediately relaxed. The top elites of 8 Extreme Temple, Profound Heaven Alliance, and Joyful Union sect all wore shocked expressions on their faces as they watched Li Mu's soul projection and listened to his continuous praise. Li Mu's faint figure floated above the silver token, giving off a sense of extraordinary elegance. I'll talk with Mang Wang. He looked at Mang Wang, who had turned into a small thunder python. He had managed to immediately identify Mang Wang and revealed his intent to talk with him one-on-one. Prack! Mang Wang turned into a bolt of electricity and shot from Qin Lai's side, flashing to arrive right beside Li Mu's soul projection. Traces of electricity continued to flash amidst the misty clouds. Li Mu narrowed his eyes and waved a raised hand. An invisible barrier instantly wrapped around him and Mang Wang. The two seemed to be secretly interacting with each other in the middle of the blurry clouds. Above Herb Mountain, from the giant golden chariot, crystalline chariot, crimson tent, and other flying spirit artifacts, Song Yu, Zhao Chongsheng, and Li Yi all wore heavy expressions. On top of the mountain, Qin Lai was surrounded by the 4 great horned demon elites, who feared that he would be killed by Wan Zhantian. Qin Lai, just who is this person? The fact that he was able to use a mere token and form his soul from several tens of thousands of miles away says a lot about his strength. Shueli earnestly asked about Li Mu's origins. He resembled a bloody ghost from his position on Qin Lai's shoulder. Heavenly Sword Mountain is one of the silver rank forces that came to power in the Heavenly Wither continent during the last millennium. The martial practitioners of this force is well versed in the art of swords and are incredibly powerful. They are very difficult to deal with. How do you know him? What kind of relationship do you share with him? I'll explain this to you in the future. Qin Lai curled his lips. Qin Lai had met Li Mu earlier than he had met Shueli, and he knew that Li Mu held no selfishness in his heart when they got along with each other. Li Mu had taken care of Qin Lai the entire time. His relationship with Li Mu was simple, and it did not have many conflicts of interest. Not only did Qin Lai owe Li Mu his support, he also owed him his life. Therefore, when Qin Lai heard that Li Mu wanted to meet him, he immediately called off Mang Wang's attack on the 3 forces without any hesitation. This was because he owed Li Mu too much. Li Mu and Mang Wang's interaction ended quickly. That's the gist of it. You lot should leave the Scarlet Tide continent as soon as possible. I hope that you can control your clansmen as best you can. Li Mu's attitude was carefree, but there was the hint of a warning in his eyes. I understand. We will leave as soon as possible, and we definitely will not return to the Scarlet Tide continent in the future. Mang Wang answered and turned into a bolt of thunderous lightning that landed at the center of the scattered giant spirit clansmen. He spoke with them immediately, looking as if he had obtained some important news. Pant! Pant! The ferocious giant beasts panted heavily when they received Mang Wang's soul transmission. Their eyes, which were larger than human heads, were filled with excitement and agitation. They seemed to have gotten some great news from Li Mu. Qin Lai, I also heard that you asked these giant spirit clansmen to destroy Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple. Li Mu looked at him again, and after a faint smile, said, Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple suffered heavy losses from the attacks of the ferocious beasts. The few people you hated the most have already been killed. Is it too much to ask that you to end it here and no longer pursue the matter? After a pause, Qin Lai nodded. Okay. Qin Lai is working with the evil races. He is attempting to conquer the Scarlet Tide continent. 8 Extreme Temples, Li Yi exclaimed softly, vaguely hinting at his dissatisfaction. Numerous Profound Heaven Alliance martial practitioners also could not accept it because of the terrible deaths of their relatives. Since they did not dare to glare at Li Mu, they glared at Qin Lai instead. The evil races are still here. They are attempting to use the teleportation formation to escape from here. Are we supposed to sit back and do nothing? Li Yi quietly looked at Li Mu. Profound Heaven Alliance, 8 Extreme Temple, and Joyful Union Sect are no longer allowed to attack Qin Lai and the Horned Demon Race. Similarly, Qin Lai, the Horned Demon Race, and the Giant Spirit Race are also not allowed to continue the war. Li Mu frowned slightly, but his tone was unquestionable. Regardless of how you go about it, the Horned Demon Race and Giant Spirit Race must leave the Scarlet Tide continent within the month. This matter ends here, and neither side is allowed to continue fighting the other. Ruan Zhantian, Song Yu, and the others all wore shocked expressions. They originally thought that Li Mu might have been here to resolve matters, but they never could have imagined that Li Mu would side with the evil races and Qin Lai to this extent. This caused them to feel incredibly gloomy. I am here to mediate this issue on behalf of Heavenly Sword Mountain. My will is the will of Heavenly Sword Mountain. Do you understand? Li Mu's fleeting figure turned solid, and a sword will so harsh that it seemed like it could tear the sky apart abruptly emerged from within his body. In an instant, everyone's hearts trembled. It was as if they were in a daze and could see a gleaming divine sword piercing toward them from deep within the heavens. It was as if the sword had struck deep into everyone's minds. The higher one's realm was, the more profound the feeling was. Song Yu, Zhao Chongsheng, Ruan Zhantian, Xia Yaoyang, Li Yi, and the rest of the fragmentation realm martial practitioners turned as white as a sheet. They saw a giant sword appear in their minds out of nowhere. The giant sword came from nowhere, but it resembled a sharpened mountain that was suspended within their minds. Its unfathomably sharp sword beam carried an intent that could kill a soul with a single strike. A terrifying aura that was capable of consigning them to eternal damnation gushed into their hearts from every direction. You understood. We hear you. I will obey Heavenly Sword Mountain's orders. Got it. 5 seconds later, the top elites of the three forces bowed to Li Mu's might and made their intentions clear. Very good. Li Mu smiled slightly once more. The harsh sword intent that had seemed to hide the sky and cover the earth, as if threatening the entire world, instantly vanished without a trace. People suddenly found their palms and the backs of their hands sweating. When they looked into each other's eyes, they all saw shock inside of them. So powerful. Even Xue Li's soul shadow began to grow dim like a lone candle in the middle of a gale, as if it could fade away at any moment. He actually went back inside of Qin Lai's forehead to hide. Come, Li Yi. I have something that I need to speak with you about. Alone. Li Mu frowned and pointed a finger at the Holy Master of 8 Extreme Temple. His eyes obviously held displeasure inside of them. Li Yi walked over without a word. He took every step through the air until he arrived in front of Li Mu's soul projection. Slap! Li Mu lifted his hand and slapped it right onto Li Yi's face. 5 sharp sword auras left glaring marks of blood on Li Yi's gentle face. Li Yi, 8 Extreme Temple's holy master and one of the most powerful men of the Scarlet Tide continent, covered his face and wore a look of absolute fury on his face. He glared at Li Mu and looked like he would lose control at any moment. Why you? Qin Lai, Song Yu, Ruan Zhantian, and the others froze at the sight. A gentle sword intent wrapped around Li Mu and Li Yi like ripples in water or the steam of a hot spring. The crowd could see them, but they found themselves losing track of their voices. Some of them had even released their soul consciousness, but they just couldn't detect the existence of the two. They then understood that Li Mu had frozen that part of the world with forbidden arts, turning himself into the ruler of that forbidden area in which he prohibited entry or examination. They initially saw that Li Yi looked furious, but after Li Mu said something to him, he suddenly went mad with joy. His eyes were full of deep respect as he bowed respectfully toward Li Mu with the etiquette of a junior. Only then did the crowd realize that Li Yi looked quite similar to Li Mu. Then they suddenly realized that Li Mu might be Li Yi's senior, which might have been why Li Yi's attitude had suddenly undergone a complete turnaround. I understand. I will keep your teachings in mind from now on. Li Yi nodded continuously, his voice suddenly audible again. When Huan Zhantian, Song Yu, and Zhao Chongxing saw Li Yi bowing and scraping, not only did they not feel disdain for him, they even inwardly envied him. They envied that Li Yi was actually able to build a connection with Li Mu. Come here, Qin Lai. Li Mu looked at Qin Lai with a smile again, wanting to speak with him alone. Uncle Li, I'm not a fragmentation realm martial practitioner. I don't have the ability to step on air. Qin Lai laughed dryly. All right then, I'll speak, and you can just listen. Li Mu's attitude was obviously different when he spoke to Qin Lai. With a relaxed, casual smile, he said, if you have nothing else to do on the Scarlet Tide continent, you can come around Heavenly Wither continent for a trip. I have something to ask you about your grandfather. Qin Lai trembled abruptly, crying out, Uncle Li, why you know about my grandfather? I learned a bit from Little Ice, then I asked around after I returned to the continent. Only then did I gather some knowledge about your grandfather. Li Mu smiled and waved his hands when he saw Qin Lai's eager look. He said calmly, come to the Heavenly Wither continent if you truly wish to know.